everybody, and welcome to Japan League. Day number one has gone gone by the wayside. That was yesterday, Saturday. Today, hey, you wake up with some beautiful siege on a Sunday morning. Honestly, there's definitely substantially worse ways to start off our day. I hope you have yourself a coffee, a tea, or whatever beverage of choice, and something to eat on the side. Otherwise, if you're watching on the other side of the planet, then hey, whatever it is. For me, it's early in the morning, but for my co-hosts here in Casters, time zones also do vary. Pengu and Marta join us today. How are you guys? How are you doing?
Phenomenal. So happy. I just finished my coffee, even though it is 3:43 in the afternoon. But it's never the wrong time of day for a coffee in my eyes.
It's true. I should have went when I got tea instead, but it does have some caffeine, so I guess I'll live. But it is early. 7:46, Milos, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean 7:43 on my end here. I'll have to check the clock outside.
My PC's wrong, actually.
Oh. Hey, man, you always put 3 extra minutes, so you always show up to scrims 3 minutes early. I think that's the good way to think about it. Anyways, Our first day yesterday was pretty darn incredible, and Vite kind of going through their first match with CAG. If you could take a look at how it happened, you'll see Crest at the top with 3 points. They took down Father's Back. That was kind of a washout of a game. 3 points for Vite against CAG. That was pretty darn impressive, especially the way that it happened. Scars collecting 3 points against Kenot Trope, and he was surprised because we had to rehost this game, and thank you again to everybody who stuck around with us on it, because they got to hear me casting, which was terrible. 2-1 Exist and Enterforce with 1 point because they pushed it back from a 5-1, and then all the way into overtime, where they went all the way as an 8-7 for Exist against Enterforce. What a way, all the way dev.
Yes,
I think about
it was
that.
great. Yeah, well, when I casted with Ace last stage, I was really just banking on him saying all the way, Dev. You know, my name and Dez's name being so similar, it just means it's a perfect pairing. But we had a perfect set of matches yesterday as well. Of course, the big surprise is the upset with Vite beating CAG. Now, upset, yes. Unprecedented, no. Because, of course, we saw that happen in stage 1, Pengu. And I think you're kind of converted to the Vite train now, right?
I am. I'm actually a huge VTA enjoyer, and I think I can actually predict them with confidence against the majority of the teams in this league right now. But I do have like a little asterisk next to their name where I'm like, I like how they played. Actually, I love how they played the game, but can they do this on a lot of maps, or is this like a bank specific thing, maybe 1 or 2 maps? So I worry for their map pool, I worry for the longevity, but short term, these guys are incredible.
And let's talk about the short term, very, very short term, because those are 4 matches for today. Coming right up. CAG versus Enterforce 36. The second match is Crest versus Kenot Trope. Exist versus Vite, and finally Father's Back versus Scars. Scars is only looking to play at the end of the day, and CAG at the start of each one, and that's just how it's looking like. But what are our predictions for today? We filled out our sheet, and here it is. We're going Vite for the two of us. You know, yesterday, James, you did pretty decently. I bombed out, but you know.
Look, Nicholas, you did the best by far, right? 3 out of 4. I picked Exist just because I don't want to join the Vite hype train yet. Yeah, they had a great stage 1 in the groups, but moving into playoffs, they just absolutely dropped the bundle. And I've seen Exist playing for such a long time now. Like, they're a really solid team, and I really want to see them be able to take that next step because that has been their focus for such a long time now. They've seen this middle pack for a really long while. They've had some huge upset wins in the past as well, some big achievements, and yet we haven't seen them really break into being a contender for the majors. Last time these teams met, it was Exist who won, so I do want to bank on them again.
All right, you know what? I just want to see how it goes. Yeah, like they didn't say, you know, big respect, but in the end, it's what matters in the server, and this is why yesterday I pulled back the predictions right after game 1, just to make sure I get that head start just once throughout this entire stage.
The only game you got right yesterday, by the way.
Brother, it's the game that mattered. I am on a vibes-based economy when it comes to who to pick for predictions, right? We're here, we got serious games, we got serious stuff to talk about, but when it comes to who wins in the end, it's all in the hands of the players, not mine. I'm not playing the prediction game. It's all good.
I mean, sometimes you gotta try your best, man. I mean,
yeah, I mean, hey, my best It can be enough, it can be not enough. That's how it goes. But CAG versus Enterforce is our first match for today. Now, CAG, of course, lost their game yesterday. Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka. And Enterforce, well, they had a surprise comeback, as we talked about. Who should we start with? Let's go with CAG first. Kind of recap how things went. From your point of view, James, what was lacking yesterday to close out their game and even get deeper into it?
It's so hard to pick apart because we've seen CAG and Vite play before, right? And I just think it seems to be a really good matchup for Vite. I think CAG started slow. Some of their big hitters were a little bit behind. Anaton in particular, we hyped him up as one of the best players in the league in Stage 1, and he was really absent. I don't know. Like, I am just disappointed. And I think the reason why I picked these guys today is because I believe that they will bounce back. I think that the time when a team like CAG and any top echelon team is most motivated to step up and retaliate is when they've been punched down like happened yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get it once and you bring it back.
You can't. I mean, they're used to it by now, right? Because they CAG, you know, at a pretty decent frequency, I would say. But I agree with James. Like, I think they're gonna bounce back. I think they got what it takes. But it was definitely a disappointing showcasing yesterday and a bit of a counterplay in terms of playstyle from Vite.
All right. Now the big question: what happens today against that game? Again, that game yesterday, Vite was a bit of a disappointment for CAG, but we'll have to see what happens. This should be their ability to collect points against specifically their opponents. We'll move on to our next squad, Enterforce 36. They were definitely way at the bottom of the standings in the last stage, but picking up a point from day one, that is already a huge improvement over what we saw. And honestly, that comeback with Window, just kind of jumped in instead of Akosu. I mean, Nick, maybe day one, you know, one day is not enough to make something out of it, but it was cool to see.
I think one of the big things here is that there's so much that they can improve upon as a team that they have so many different angles to work with. And I think that's actually important because sometimes the team will struggle for seemingly unknown reasons. But for Enterforce, they struggled in their opening dev department. They struggled on map control. They struggled on trading each other like across the board. There's a Kuzu dying really early. There's Take getting 2 kills. So there's just so many things that went wrong for them. They should look better on any other given day. But the one big thing for me is Take's individual performance has to get better. He got 2 kills before the rematch, and then he also got a team kill. That's really all that he did in that server. He was playing Ashe and Fink every single round. If you play this kinds of operators, you have to have more of an impact, more of a presence on average.
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing with this team for me is obviously big roster revamp, but what we saw yesterday is perhaps some cracks in the armor. Like Akasu in particular, he's the guy who is meant to be like the top fragger. He's meant to be the best player on this team. He's come from a greater team and he's come down into the bottom of the rankings, I suppose. Like Enterforce are in a way like the worst team in this league. And he's meant to be the top fragger. Yesterday, he died as the opening death 5 times. And yeah, he had a couple of rounds where he popped off with like a 3k. He had a really good round on Carly. He had a couple of opening kills. But 100%, like, I am picking the guy that is consistently doing okay rather than the guy that is once every 3 rounds going insane. And that was a big red flag for me. So when we saw Window sub in, and Window actually performed better than any of the players on this team, that made me realize, okay, maybe Akasu isn't quite what we hyped him up to be.
Yeah, and maybe it's just day one jitters. You know, it happens. It can take time to just really get into the swing of things. That's why putting too heavy an emphasis on day one can sometimes be a fault. But who knows? Maybe you set something up. There's not a lot of time to refresh your mindset and prepare from day 1 to 2 because they are back to back, and that is the case for pretty much every single region out there. So there's that added challenge, but you can also do that or use that to blindside your opponents. Vanish and Shibisu going up head to head from their stats of yesterday's Playday. Vanish was definitely present. He was not disappearing in the background in their game yesterday.
Yeah, of the players that played yesterday in their respective matches, Vanish, aside from Window, who's kind of a special case because he only played a couple of rounds, Vanish was the top performer. And yeah, notable because we mentioned Akasu and we expected Akasu to do really well. Vanish was actually one of the worst players in the league, bottom 10 player in the league last stage. And struggled quite a lot. Of course, so did the rest of his team, including Window, by the way. But on the flip side, it's funny because Shibisu, obviously, they lost their game, did CAG, and Shibisu was the top performer. Now, we were expecting a player like Anaton, who was the second best player in Stage 1, to be stepping up, but Shibisu was the top-rated player on his team in the match they lost. Vanish was the top-rated player on his team on the match they lost, and yet look at the stats. Very, very different stories told on both sides.
I mean, Vanish did a great job just actually keeping his team in a lot of those rounds, lashing out, trading off teammates, and putting himself in kind of like that middle pillar position where he is the playmaker on defense, specifically on smoke. So he would play in meeting on Consulate, for example, have a player top spiral of his teammates, have one in CEO, all playing around each other, basically. He was making moves and making things happen, but it was a tough game despite that, even though he had himself a pretty good performance.
Yeah, you need the entire team to show up together, and you can't always rely on one person to put in a lot of work. We've seen that. I mean, yesterday, Vite, we talked about them. It was a team effort to get themselves across the line. Crest, Scars in the same way. That's how it's supposed to go, especially since if you're eyeing that spot, or one of those two spots, at the Montreal Major, well, you can do as best as you want in your local region. You got to play even better once you get to the international space. And last time these two teams played, that was in Japan League last stage, in Stage 1 earlier in the year. And Cyclops wiped the floor with Enterforce. And of course, that was the previous roster, so things might change today. Lair, unfortunately, is banned, James. Very sorry to report.
Yeah, very disappointing to see. Neither of these teams actually banned Lair yesterday, so I wouldn't have been surprised to see them tease it out. But no, it is gotten rid of very early by Enterforce. Chalet is where we head, and the final ban is determined by Enterforce. Now, having a look, Chalet is an okay map for them, kind of mid-preference. If you look back historically, the most recent time that Enterforce played this map, it was against Kenot Trope, and they did lose quite convincingly 7-2. However, just a few days prior, they beat Farthest Back 7-3. So they have some good results, and but also some mishaps. And it's kind of a similar story for CAG as well, right? The most recent time that CAG played Chalet, they got 7-0'd by Scars in the EWC qualifier grand final. And the game before that, that same day, they beat Kenot Trope on this map 7-4. So a lot of very different results. Some would argue that this is going to be a good map for both teams. Some would argue not so much. So really it depends on who's worked on what in the last month and a half.
A large disparity and duality between these two teams. Let's see how it goes at 89% for Cyclops and 11 for Enterforce. We'll see how they both fare in the server itself on our first map and our first game of the day on Chalet. Dev, Pengu, take it away.
Thank you very much. Pengu, this is 89% to 11%. This is a heavily fan favorite for CAG, but the same case was yesterday when they played against Vite. Could we see another upset over CAG again?
So I was thinking to myself, not knowing the map V2 actually, where would I go if I was Enterforce? And I had two maps in the back of my mind. Now mind you, I don't know that much about their story and how they played last stage. I wasn't here, I didn't actually watch this league. I was thinking Chalet and Nighthaven Labs if they had been cooking a bit in the offseason with Labs perhaps. And the only issue I have with Labs being good for Enterforce is that, likewise, I think it's a great map for CAG, but I think it might favor Enterforce simply because it doesn't rely so much on the strategical depth of a team, more so in like fundamentals and basics, right? Droning, entering, trading off each other, and just also playing a more simple map, so to speak. Last time these two teams played each other in Stage 1, it was that clubhouse like we saw. In the head-to-head, it was a 7-1 victory for CAG. It's all about knowing how to play the game at a very high level strategically. That didn't work for Enterforce, so I like this switch up, but we have to see all the 5 players actually working together, especially Take, to really see them challenge it.
Look, we hate to single out players, but Take is worth talking about because of the abysmal performance we saw yesterday. I think it was 1 frag for the majority of the game, then he got a team kill. I don't know how many kills he ended up in, but we definitely pointed the finger very much at Take yesterday, having a struggle of a performance in their match.
Oh, that's a down. Gotta crawl away here. Blackbeard finds himself shot by the Kali left. That sniper, from even far away, can still do a bunch of damage, but I don't think they can do quite any follow-up here. There used to be a time where nades were played rather so commonly, 2-4 nades every single round. This one, there are 2 in pockets of Vanish, one being tossed out already. I'm spending a lot of time and I'm just running out the wall, seeing the jammers, to see the player Black Ray was injured but now brought back to life. And it's been a slow start for E36 or Enterforce, but it's okay for now.
This solar take is always a little bit finicky. It's hard to actually repel inside knowing there's so many crossfires. You have to cover it off and hopefully find a few picks before you look for that execute. Now, there was temptation for a run out there from Anaton. I'm not sure he actually jumped out and went for it. I don't think he did. I didn't see the reveal notification. Now the question is, when will E36 look to actually repel on inside?
The issue is no trophy control. They rappel on in, but you said it's difficult, and it very much is, but it's going to be a bit of a battle in the server.
Yeah. Indeed it is, as the crossfires were held quite nicely from CAG. Shiraneko goes aggressive down. You mentioned trophy control was essential, and it was disregarded. Nice closeout from Anaton, and CAG lock in a very convincing opening round.
I mean, it didn't work much for it. Yeah, like, nobody was going downstairs in West Main, nobody was going kitchen dining, didn't take trophy control, so if you want to rappel on in, just like Solarium itself, you're gonna have to rely on your opponent either making a mistake, or you need to know for a fact they were not playing in those active positions. I like the idea of throwing in some of those gridlock trackers and throw out some smoke grenades and whatnot, but it's not a hard pre-fire on a window rappel in prompt, because players have been playing Chalet for so long, you know where the window frame is going to be, you know where the center of the window is going to be as well. And when you rappel on it, you're always going to be center mass in the window, and that massive sound cue, or even throwing out the smoke grenades, will give you the indication that you are going to go for this now, because without the smoke grenades, it won't work. CAG notably also chose to start defense side, which on Chalet is not all that common. It's tend to be like a you want to be an attack on Chalet, that's the side that is stronger. But I think this is pretty much like a team-by-team specific here. And CAG going defense up against Enterforce, who was struggling on their attacks yesterday, makes a lot of sense to me. And they're gonna do this thing where they're not gonna give them anything for free. They have a bit of utility now, like the Mirror, the Deployable Shield, the Clash. Just saying, hey, Enterforce, if your problem-solving skills are good, you're gonna have like an okay time in this round, but if not, you will be locked absolutely out just by our sheer operators. And it's funny because that's what VT did to CAG yesterday. So maybe a bit of inspiration there for me to this matchup.
Yeah, well, the funny thing here about Chalet for CAG, as you said, going defense first, these guys have played the map 9 times in the last 6 months. This is one of their favorite maps. Okay. They picked it a lot. And they have a 92% defense win rate in those 9 matches. God. Like, these guys love defending on this map. So it's really Enterforce. They have their work cut out for them to look to try and attack onto these bomb sites, which is so heavily fortified.
That's a ridiculous stat line, actually. Like, they're farming on Chalet. That reminds me of like the Eminem back in the day, W7M, yeah. The old roster. Like they were destroying things domestically in their own regions on Chalet, and internationally, nobody would take them there. I recall at some international events as well that people say, don't take CAG to Chalet, and then some teams would. They start playing Monty against you, they run you over, and that's kind of where in my mind that CAG were known as like the crazy team, and they started doing those things, specifically on this map, so they certainly have the experience. 3 players trend side though. Not sure if they want to go for a rush, which is U2 clear, but I think I heard the shield being cleared out, and them taking a bit of hype control here, trying to for a breach.
What a creative way to hold on to this position as well. And it seems to work against CAG. Take good pre-fire, finds an early pick onto Shibisu, and that does force the Clash to bring out the gun, and then back onto the shield again for Shurip. He knows about a player close by. Finally to see CAG running a shield op that's not Anaton, but look at Black Ray. He's in the perfect position to swing for a multi-kill here. There's a player prone, but he is being watched. Shurip does eventually find a kill with the Clash and fakes an impact to retreat elsewhere. He might be read here by Take. He does need to be careful because CAG have retaken the advantage here as the numbers are even, and they need to make sure they don't give it away now.
So far, Enterforce is struggling because they're just going for these like very direct attacks right now, not taking map control, not roam clearing, and now it's just Take in a 1v1 right now essentially, jumping back out the window, too much pressure for his liking, and he can apply pressure over at the soft wall, but if they don't clear out Trophy, West Main, etc., they will not be able to go for the bomb site, and needs to go for a rush.
Well, Take is at least firing on all cylinders today. 2 kills in the round. The door is left ajar now for Enterforce. As I say that, another individual kill that goes in favor of CAG. Take for a 3k this round. It's all up to Shiraneko now. in the 1v2. He's got his position in blue, and he might have just heard that plant start to go down. These two players seemingly separated. He doesn't know where that plant has been confirmed, and now one of the players has gone outside the breach. Take low HP. That means Shiraneko just needs to land a single bullet to land this kill. He knows where that player is there, but he's crossfired from outside. Sylvia playing this so well. Take needs to not overswing. This is winnable for Shiraneko, but he needs to land these shots. With Take dancing around, it's becoming so difficult. Eventually, Take locks in the final kill. Big round from him. After we talked a little bit of smack on the desk, he steps up for Enterforce.
That's what he definitely needed to do for himself and for all the people watching, because it was such a questionable performance yesterday. And I gotta say, Enterforce didn't do the roam clear, didn't take the map control, but they did do something else that actually kind of supplied the same element. They kept rotating back and forth to all these kind of unpredictable positions. They had a sole player walk in the main breach, he died. Then the second player will slow walk towards that same breach 20 seconds later and retake that position. Take, he was trench, he was inside of trophy, then he was going back to main breach. This guy was everywhere. Obviously finding picks every single time, which is a huge steal, but also the other big element to it is that CAG didn't know exactly what was going on. You take that kind of rotation, with the fact that Valkyrie is banned, it's very hard for defenders to have accurate information outside of like game audio, game sound, or, you know, visuals. So CAG are forced to swing a lot of angles, and if you just end up having to lose the gunfight, or the person's watching that angle as you swing it, you will just die. So the clash was excellent, but the clash died pretty early on. So with that, went the intel, and then afterwards, it just didn't know exactly where the attack was coming from. Really good stuff and good adaptation there from Enterforce. But that's on the basement bomb side, where you have a lot of map to work around. Now it's a bar attack instead, where it's a bit more predictable. You gotta either go master bedroom, or go for a direct library attack, for example. I don't think you have as much freedom to just run around the building on this particular bomb site, so I don't think it'll work here.
What is par for the course here for Enterforce on this first half, considering that this is meant to be a one-sided matchup? Considering that they are on what is, in theory, the unfavored side. CAG got to pick sides. Is 2 rounds enough? Is 3 rounds the target?
I think you have to go for broke here. I think you gotta say 3-3-1/2 would be what they have to accomplish, because while CAG has a phenomenal statistics on their defensive side, they also know how to attack on this map. So I don't think that Enterforce can rely on just simply being better on one of the two sides. I think they have to go even on one and just come out a little bit ahead on the other. And given the fact that they're not supposed to be the winning team on Chalet, at least in my mind, I just think they have to go all the distance. So I think they cannot get enough, basically. 3 rounds, great. 4 rounds, amazing, but practically impossible. But they'll be okay with 2, assuming they're insane on defense.
Well, E36 have already been off to a good start in this round, Nick, because we saw the special drones go on out. The Brava hacked not only the default camera in lobby, but also the bulletproof camera. Now, typically, it's the bulletproof camera's job to use the EMP to protect against the clutch drones. But in this case, CAG were not on it. They were not ready for that. And so lots of information now for E36. They've also used the Roteros to open avenues onto site, clearing out these castle barricades. Now a very aggressive peek from Aniton.
Oh, God.
With the Dokkaebi call ringing out, he needs to be careful not to lose his life. He decides safer to go and retreat.
That could have been the opening pick for Take, but playing it safe. Instead, Akusu steps up actually on Library Repel. And that's what I mean. They keep appearing across the entirety of the map. Akusu, in fact, was repelling there for like 50 seconds or so with a small slit in the barricade. So he finally gets rewarded for his patience. And by playing that global operator of Dokkaebi, he can afford to play there for so long and still impact the map elsewhere. 40 seconds now. They gotta go. Clear out those shields, stun top blue, walk on in. And we see CAG, they're slowly falling back towards the side, giving up blue staircase, just having one player of Shiraneko inside our library alone.
He has some support in terms of that castle barricade, which does reduce the avenues that he could be swung from. But it is up to Enterforce to make sure they are very thorough and diligent here with this entry. If they don't check the dark corner of library, which
no idea.
Yeah, they are totally clueless right now. This is a game-winning position or a round-winning position from Shiraneko upstairs. 10 seconds to play. He still has control above, and he does make good on it with a big kill onto Yamada. And as Enterforce attempt to enter the site, they will fall one by one. A consolation frag is simply not enough for Sylvia. CAG finally get themselves up and on the board.
I like that. I like to just overstaying your welcome because you have like a good enough numbers, not advantage, but you're playing 4 versus 5. You can completely afford to save one player upstairs. You know, time is running low as well. And that bar bomb side, let's assume that Enterforce would take full top floor control. You don't have that many actual playable positions because the hatches and the soft floor above bomb side will just, you know, eliminate a lot of those positions. You can play inside that small stock room, play by the bar, but then you gotta play around the side, like bottom blue staircase, bottom fireplace staircase, which is exactly where CAG they were playing, with that small extra win condition of hiding a player above, because they realized, hey, time is running low, they haven't droned him out yet. Either they drone him and they go, oh snap, there's a guy in this corner, or they don't drone him and he's good for at least 1 and maybe even more. So CAG with problem solving skills is recognizing what kind of mistakes their opponents make and how they can punish it immediately in the server.
I'm liking what we're seeing from CAG now. They're showing that they are playing a little bit more passively. But that said, from Anderson last round, I still felt like he was overpeaking a little bit when he was playing mezzanine.
Yeah, but that's also kind of what CAG they do, you know, like they, at least, I know they've changed a bit and they're trying to change their style, you know, around a little bit, not play so aggressively perhaps, but I think there's always going to be a part of them deep down where sometimes you gotta go for those crazy plays, sometimes you gotta catch your opponent by surprise. It's still like a staple of our kind of playstyle, if you will. I thought this might be a really fast rush through basement off the staircase and just try and take fireplace control, but no, they just simply spawned on the wrong side of the map. They spawned towards the rock, or that mountain position, if you can call it that, instead of library balcony. So they'll spend, you know, the first 20-30 seconds running towards library, open up the windows. Gusu and Kali, close quarter combat here on the windows. Just claim on them for a potential jump out here. It's pretty necessary, but look at the shotgun. This window is prepped. Here's the claymore. Wow. Almost straight blows. Surprised that no one took damage, actually.
What? This is awkward now. He does manage to get out safely, but yeah. Shirik's gone down, and CAG continue to play aggressively here. Look at this peeking outside the windows from Shireneko again. Enterforce have decent information, but they haven't really been able to establish a beachhead in the map anywhere. And there is a lot of map to take. You know, Chalet isn't the biggest map out there, but still there is a lot of map that you want to take going onto a kitchen attack.
There is. I mean, for all the bomb sites, to be frank, there's like, you can go for direct rushes, but then you have to really commit, and that's really, you have one shot and that's it, and there's no shield in action right now. Monty's banned, Blitz is up and available if you wanted to. But right now, it's just a stable, good attack here for Enterforce. They got like the usual util operators, with the exception of Kali, just like extra added soft destruction and angle holding. They don't have a lot of way to dislodge any of those powerful positions, maybe like by half-wall office or in piano. There's no Grim canisters, there's no Ying, because it's banned out by CAG themselves. So they have to kind of just go for broke here. They have smokes, they have flashbangs, one single nade, throw out that util, and try and get in deep enough to go for a plan perhaps. But there are 2 C4s in pocket for CAG that could change the outcome of this round.
Oh, big long angle.
So close.
Kusi does need to land these. We've seen what he's capable of with the Kali yesterday on Consulate, but he needs to land a couple of these shots or at least keep it at bay. But Anderson goes immediately down for the C4, and that does force the Kali now to get amongst it with the diffuser himself. And amidst the chaos, CAG can get aggressive. They knew that this was their moment to strike. So well played. It was Anderson from below in the end. It was own C4 explosion to find the final kill. That was a very well-controlled round.
Yeah, it was. That's pretty much CAG baiting in their opponent, saying, hey, you want to go for a default plan? That's great, go for it. You forgot to take kitchen control. And this seems to be the one consistent issue for Enterforce, is that they take what they want, which makes sense. You know, their plan is to plant an office, but they also need to take what they need. If you want to plant office default and you look below you, you have to have fireplace control and preferably also a little bit in dining, the current B bomb site. Because you can destroy the soft wall right above Shibisu and throw the C4 from inside dining into the soft floor fireplace and take down that plant spot. So it's just a matter of understanding all the variable pieces on the map and the different ways that your opponent can outplay you. You might want to go for a plant as an attacker, that's logical, but the defenders are also expecting you usually to do that exact thing, especially if you're CAG and you're not playing actively inside of office. You know it's a weakness. So Either you think CHG, they're a bit silly, and they forgot to play Office Control, or perhaps there's something bigger at play, like they have an answer to your plan.
Yeah, it goes to show that Enterforce weren't really able to read that in the moment. But CAG, they're pretty confident on this map, as we know, statistically, especially on this defensive side. And we're only a few rounds in thus far, but it's starting to look a little bit grim for Enterforce. They had a good moment, right? They won that 2 versus 1 on the basement, but I don't know how many more rounds they're going to be able to find here. CAG are just looking so comfortable.
I guess we should change the stat line to, let's say, 2-4 for them, right? I mean, I was really hoping for the 3 rounds because, you know, Tage had a pop-off, the basement was a lot more promising, but it seems like it might be a bomb site situation where they can attack basement, they gotta work an angle, but for the rest, might not exactly be the angle there.
Yeah. I think it's funny that they win, well, they lose like 2 rounds and then you're like, oh, maybe we need to move the goalposts a little bit, make it easier for them. I can't tell if you just want Enterforce to win or you're looking for the silver lining on this cloud or what.
I think I'm trying to judge it as like what's being shown to me essentially, right? Where I see the first 2 rounds play out and I'm seeing, okay, I think there's a possibility for a 3-3 half. But then that was the second round, that was basement. Then the following 2 rounds play out, that bar defense and the master bedroom defense, and now I'm like, well, if they can win basement attacks, they can only get 2 rounds. And the way they're attacking the other bomb sites, just don't tell me that they necessarily have what it takes. Perhaps unless CHG, they may either make a mistake or it's Enterforce just stepping up to the plate massively with individual performances.
You know what's funny, Nick, is you say if they can win basement, they only get to win 2 rounds. Well, not necessarily, because CAG actually don't have to go back to basement. They've shown they can win on master, they've shown they can win on bar, they've shown they can win on kitchen. They can just make a rotation of those 3 sites. They don't actually have to return to wine cellar again.
So you have the stats, right? You're a numbers guy, James. So in terms of like rough numbers for breakdowns of bomb sites for CAG, do you have that? Like, do they, for example, play all 4 pretty even? Oh, you don't.
Well, I don't have like holistically, but I do have from this match. And so they won master in the first round, and then they lost wine cellar, and they went to bar, master, and kitchen and won all 3 of those. So they have won all of the bomb sites except for wine cellar. So if I'm CAG right now, I'm not bothering to go back down to the basement. Yeah, exactly.
Or do you make a statement, go back down there, change your strategy, and win them to show you that you are, in fact, that team on Chalet?
Honestly, if I was CAG, I probably would do that, because this game, like, it depends how confident CAG are on their attacks. Because you don't want to give Enterforce a chance to get back into the game. And once they do have a bit more confidence, it might be a different story. Like, let's say you go to basement this round, and we still have 2 rounds left in the half. Enterforce win the basement round, they've got more confidence, and then they go and win one of the main sites. That would be a real cause for concern for CAG. But CAG are the stronger team. They're in a strong position. I wouldn't be surprised if they use this opportunity to learn from the mistakes in round 2 and go back to the basement, try and fix it up. But after losing Yesa to Vite, it does feel like a bit of a dangerous play to like take the risky maneuver at the hope of growing as a team. Because right now you're kind of like, well, we also just need the points.
Yeah, that's what happens after a rough first Playday. Typically on Chalet, one thing that I want to see from like the really good teams is essentially like changing up the pace and like playing a fast attack, playing a slow attack, etc. I don't think we should expect that from Enterforce given their current circumstance of performance and roster changes, etc. That seems like a bit of a stretch, but that's something that I could see CAG very much go for, where maybe in their opening attacking round on Sideswap, they go for a rush, you know, with the armor, with the blitz, the line, whatever. And in the following attacking round, they slow things down again. Because typically, it's up for the attackers to try and control the pacing of these rounds, and defenders, they have to kind of react, right? Prep phase, you set up your deployable shields, your reinforcements, your utility, you pick your operators. That's defense. But on attack, you have attacker repick. You can change all 5 attackers if you want to. That perfect setup, the perfect execute. So I want to see more of that, more flexing essentially from both teams, especially for Enterforce, but I just don't know if we can fully expect it.
Well, there have been good moments from Enterforce, and we saw it yesterday. Even when they're down and out, they can make a comeback and scrape away with some points. The rest of this game will continue in just a moment. Stay with us. I told you it wouldn't take long. We're into the game, and we are into a tactical timeout here for Enterforce. Sorely needed, though, Nick, after what has been pretty rough start to this match.
Yeah, and I quite like this, actually. I think there's a big debate in general going around when you should take your tactical timeout, because each team only gets one per map. We often see a team being down, you know, on match point. So, like, let's say they're down like 3-6 or maybe even a 3-5. And then they call a tactical timeout. They have no real time to make any real impactful changes long term. They gotta call that timeout, they gotta go perfect, or otherwise it's over. So I like this idea. If you're down 1 and 3, you still got both your halves to play out. Right now you got 2 attacks for Enterforce. You have possibly all your defenses left as well, of course. So now you can work on the long term, the short term, and just both angles right now. It could also be a mental thing. Guys, like we're playing scared, or hey, we actually talked about the prep work. Don't forget that we gotta do these specific things, like playing a certain way, for example. There are so many good things that can come from a tactical timeout. And there was a statistic at, I think it was SI23, where someone tracked the performances of teams after the coach took a tactical timeout. And it's hard to get like any real measure out of that, but it was funny seeing how some teams had like an 85% win rate on the following round after the coach called for it, because it can just be sometimes that impactful.
Yeah. Well, this is a telling round not only for that reason, but also for the fact that this is Kitchen. And we haven't seen this bomb site played yet by CAG. If they win this, then they've demonstrated they can win all 3 bomb sites that they need to. If they fail here, then they have to make the decision, do we go back downstairs? Do we try and retake here in a future round? Because obviously Library looked great, and Master they've won twice now. So this feels like a big round for me. Enterforce need to make sure that they make good on this tactical timeout, because that's the only one they're going to get. And already it's off to a pretty poor start, with Shurip going for a huge runner on the Oryx all the way from downtown in Wine Cellar.
He started spawn peeking on the bar gaming window, runs to basement, runs side, and aggressive instead. Like, I like this a lot, because CG, they tend to have, similar to Scars actually, they have what I call a 4, oh god, that is disgusting. He started on a window, goes basement, goes back to window, finds 2 picks. He is single-handedly right now just running a ring around Enterforce. But I love this because they're playing a 4+1 strat. They have 4 actual players playing together. Shirnigo, Shibisu, Blackgren, Anakin. They're playing the strat on paper. Then you have Shuri playing Oryx, just kind of running around. And he is literally finding every single kill so far, just roaming the building.
Yeah, wow. Desperate now for Take, but he's already found his first. We've seen him get a 4K earlier in this match, and he almost secures a kill here, but still, he loses the battle in terms of HP, and Shibisu does finish him off all up to Akasu. Nice double! 2 more to find. This is winnable for him, and this would be a huge morale booster if he's able to pull it off.
He has so much time. A Dokkaebi phone call can possibly hack the cams if not done already. So, a lot of options here. Here comes the call, though. I'm basically going to go for this. 2v1. Guman in. Oh, that's bad, actually. Gotta pull it out.
But he's got the audio cue as well on where the other players are, thanks to that Dokkaebi call. And these lines of sight are a little bit different, but he's got a mirror to face. And he doesn't have any utility to deal with it, but he does pre-fire through the mirror, perfectly read. 1 versus 1 now, but he swings a little bit too wide. This is a dance with death. On the other side, Shurip, who opened the equation for CAG, is just waiting patiently. Does he swing? He does! With the Bailiff, no less. A good closeout for CAG. A round that was perhaps a little bit too close for comfort, but a round win nonetheless.
And Shurip gets 4 kills at Oryx, just running around. I love it, and it worked out so excellently, but CAG, you can see there, they got a little bit too cocky, I want to say. Nobody playing the trading game, happily going for individual 1 versus 1s, and I think that's one of the things that naturally happens when you have an individual player just carry the early stage of a round. You think to yourself, hey, this round is over, this round is done, there is no way they can win now. And we're gonna see a montage clip here from Shu. That's 1, that's 2, here comes the 3rd in a moment. Or actually no, that's Shibisu. But he was farming.
Yeah, that was a good round from him. Also, it just goes to show like how he's not playing scared in that 1v1. Like, put yourself in his shoes, right? You've had quite a significant advantage. It was a 4 versus 1, and then Akasu brings it back to a 1 versus 1, and this dude is still swinging it with the Bailiff.
I know that I wouldn't trust that secondary pistol for my life, that's for sure. But the thing is, I'm not
that's why you're not a player anymore, bro.
Oh, that's why I'm not a player anymore? I don't trust a Bailiff secondary shotgun? I mean, I'll take that over so many other worse outcomes, okay? It's I'm just not a gambling man. I like my bullets that go straight lines, not those 7 pellet, sometimes lucky, sometimes not situation, because like Kenot over in North America, he can one-shot anybody with the smoke shotgun from any distance. Me, however, point blank, I will miss somehow. I'm just not lucky.
Which is funny because you were a prolific smoke player and yet you don't like shotguns.
And I don't like the SMG11 either.
What?
I played a role, because you know, back in the day, you didn't have all these secondary shotguns, so you needed a smoke mute or a mirror every single round for site construction, just making rotations and holes, etc. But nowadays, look at the current CAG lineup. You have 5 shotguns. Frost, Castle, Mira, Fenrir all have secondary shotguns.
That's insane.
And Mute has a primary shotgun. If that was a game back in the early days of Siege, you had a Mute shotgun and a Mira shotgun, that was it. So that's one of the big things for defense that's changed over the years, whereas you don't have your quote-unquote shotgun players anymore because they're just so commonly available.
Little blast from the past. It's funny how the loadout changes really change the skills required from players as well. SMG11 skills not quite as important as they used to be. Here's some good information though from the Hibana. That drone does spot out that mirror position. This is a very well fortified top floor with the mirrors and the deployable shields. It's going to be a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, I like the lineup though. The Grim coming out, the Flores. Gridlock has those grenades as well on top of it, so they have tons of soft destruction. I like Enterforce, they're taking it slow, don't want to lose the bodies early. What a great bait there, droning out Shurip. He stands up to look for it because it was a Flores, I believe. And then just like get the injure and then confirm the Flores maybe unless we jammed. Not entirely sure. I think I've jammed out actually. Who's who found Shiro Nico? Those are things that like very quickly here starting to build up for Enterforce. Jammed.
Still not control that they were looking for as of yet, even though they found the pick and some damage. The revive came through onto Shurip, and he can still hold on to his position, also being the Fenrir. He can reactivate with his gadgets, the Dread Mines. Long angle, he loses that fight against Anatson. Actually, no, they trade each other directly, so that's not the worst outcome for E36. If we can see a jump in here from Take, he's a little bit worried about being pushed. Up goes the tracks. 30 seconds to play with, and this is very winnable, especially considering Shurip's low HP. There's a little bit of util to work with. A frag grenade from Yamada as he goes and picks up that diffuser. And still that castle barricade up does restrict options here. They need to use it to their advantage. It looks like a double drop is on the cards, Pengu. This is going to be hugely risky, but they're going to make it work anyway. The 3 flashes from Take will be hugely useful. First goes down, the second, a nade to go through. This castle barricade may protect them, but Shibisu and Shurip come in to mop them up. Good closeout from CAG. A nice attempt there from the attack, but the drop was not going to work.
And this is where I feel like Enterforce, they lack their fast pace and slow pace kind of, you know, 1-2 punch. Because they got the injure down, and they got the opening pick. And then they sat still for like what felt like half the round, but it was probably more like 30-40 seconds. But my point is, when you down the blue staircase player, and you get a kill elsewhere, what's stopping you from just jumping in the windows, pushing up the hallway and taking control? Because instead they wait so long that the revive comes in on blue staircase, CAG gets to reposition, and then all of a sudden it's actually you who start to lose players on the attacking side, back down to 4 versus 4. I feel like sometimes, especially when you're down 1-4, 1-5 right now, you have to just full send it and just see what happens. Because otherwise, you're gonna get the same outcome as previously, a round loss, but it's gonna be a slow struggle instead of a quick successful one perhaps. So I want to see that pace change. That can't happen anymore. Enterforce are now on defense. They can set up their structure, they can set up their mirror windows, their banshees from Melusi, etc. Because now CAG, they will show us how they're gonna attack, and I imagine they will be a lot more precise in how they want to approach it, but also with that a lot more aggressive on their takes when they need to be.
Well, at the Switch, what are we going to see, Nick? Are we going to see E36 come back now? We said that 2 rounds, yeah, maybe that'll be enough. Originally, we said 3 rounds of attack is ideal, and now they found 1.
I think it's just going to continue kind of snowballing. I mean, sure, it's not over for them. They might get a round or 2, etc., but they have to show a very different performance that of attack to actually turn this one around. And look at CG's lineup. I mean, Deimos, Finga, They want to fight you. They want to hunt you down. They want the best guns for that job. But they still bring utility. Double Heartbreach in case one of them were to die. And, of course, Anetsun, who's been playing a fair bit of Capital both yesterday and today as well. So they have the options to clear any of this in different kinds of ways. The first 60 seconds is to get inside the building. Self-destruction, verticality, Deimos trackers. This is a much more dynamic attack already from CAG and that of Enterforce. That's
Look
genius.
at that nade!
That's
Bro,
genius.
that's so cool. The Vendetta is so much destruction, so it can open up the floorboards. You toss the nade through the floorboards and pinch with Shiraneko. Like, that is beautiful. You got vertical potential, vertical nades despite the nade change. You've got the pressure from the ace to open up the hard wall, and you've got multiple avenues to pinch these players. You are right. CAG is hunting Enterforce down, and it is working right now. Poor Akusu is in a world of pain. His position revealed. He goes for it. He drops down. And he walks into two players. Shibisu takes him on down. Doesn't matter that the Deimos can't finish the job. He's got a teammate for it. Now Sylvia's looking desperate. It's just him and Take left in the 2 versus 5. And it looks like 2v5 is what the scoreline may reflect in a brief moment as CAG are just looking to run them over. 1 versus 5 for Sylvia. He can find the first one, but he's likely to be swung time and time again. Black Ray finishes him off. What a round for CAG. Utter dominance in their opening attack.
And that went pretty much as one would expect. That's a team that knows how to play Chile. That's a team that have a more, I guess, current meta way to deal with the problems, because it feels like Enterforce, they're playing Siege in like 2019, whereas CAG play much more present 2023, 2024 styles. And what I mean by that is simply how simply or how dynamically you want to approach something. It was not all that uncommon for teams to just simply walk into, library, go to master bedroom, breach the master bedroom wall, or office wall, sorry, and then plant inside of office, like Enterforce were trying to do. But look at how CAG attacked that. It's bar verticality from Deimos with the nades. They go up 2 guys blue staircase to isolate, while they also jump in library, and they have a guy on office balcony cutting off the rotations. If you're Enterforce, you feel like you have 0 way back into that round, and there is so much pressure from every single location. And while that's also happening, you have to respect and consider, what if CAG did flank Solarium staircase? You can't just leave area unguarded, because if you do, CAG might just rush it and take it as well. So you're spread super thin on defense, and like the only real thing you can do is to win your gunfights and set up those crossfires. Enterforce didn't really do that in the very first round, and they absolutely suffered the consequences.
Yeah, and this has proven to be a really quick game. Enterforce starting to get a little bit manhandled. CAG have really found their confidence, and how sorely needed is this? After such a shocking day yesterday, losing to Vite, CAG, their confidence must have been rattled. In the off-season, these guys have actually looked really good. They haven't lost many games. They did end up losing the EWC qualifiers, but it was to Scars, and they still got a map off of them. So that's more than fine. Like, we can accept that. Here, CAG, look at all the work the Brava's done. It's just forced Sylvia to destroy 2 of his own pieces of utility in the Brava, because of the Brava, right? And here's another Banshee from Malusi getting hacked as well. Like, Shurip's done a world of work with that operator. And it's E36 who really need to step up now.
Yeah. I mean, they gotta hold on and start off just on their, player position, see what they actually want to accomplish in this round. But we saw CAG have, Shurip just being completely enabled to do his own thing, run outs, go for aggressive swings. That could be someone like Sylvia that we saw yesterday in Consulate. He was going for flanks, he was going for aggressive peaks, etc. Right now, Sylvia is not all that present in the server. I want to see more from him, but they're down 1 and 6. There's not that much time left, and this default cam is staying alive. Come on, Nico. Try and get it done. Akusu takes down Shurip. Good start for Enterforce. Try and keep this manpower advantage. Play the numbers. Play the 5 versus 4. They might be good for 1 defense round.
They got the advantage for now. I wouldn't put it against CAG to bring it back, and there you go. Yamada goes down. Black Ray is in position with the Capitao here on the balcony as well. The perfect operator to do so. Out goes some EMPs to clear out any magnets, clear out any ADSs. Black Ray is ready to swing here as the Bs have gone out. It does force Take down to blue stairs. There's no one to meet him as of yet. Actually, Sylvia is watching for that flank as well. Here comes the eruption on the top floor from CAG. And now they can really put the pressure on the bomb site. Vertically, these Roteros will come on through. Is that going to be for Vert? Indeed it is. It's going to open up quite a few avenues. 45 seconds to play, and CAG have a great position.
There's 2 smokes in pocket of the captains of Anaton, 2 Bs as well from Shibisu, so they have util for side. That's a big thing right here. They use half it early round, they have the second half for execute itself. And in a 4 versus 4, this is super winnable. Actually, I think favorable slightly for CAG. Only downside, Anaton, low on HP, they're smoking, they're flashing, and they're about to go.
Needs to be some teeth that comes with this execute. They can't just rely on forcing a plant down. Shiraneko coming in for the backstab from the other side. But it looks like Take on the blue stairs has not been addressed. Eventually traded on back. 2v2 now as Vanish will not give up. It is all up to him now, but Shibisu finds the final 2 picks, and CAG get their first points on the scoreboard here in the Japan League. It took them 2 playdays, but finally the boys are back in action.
Oh, do we have to go back and talk about the map veto phase and go, what was Enterforce thinking going to Chalet against CAG? Because this is not just a team that is good, this is, as you put it, a 90+ win rate on defense where CAG could also start because they had the starting side options. This was a very one-sided match, but also showed us just how good CAG can be after a disappointing first play day yesterday.
That's right. I mean, they didn't even get any points out of their VT match. Only won 3 rounds, and they dominated here against Enterforce. A confidence booster that they sorely needed after such a slow start. And of course, we will break down that game after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. What a quick game to kick off our second Playday 701 And our gentlemen here, Marta and Pengo, were talking about the map pick of Chalet. Was that really the one that should have been the pick for Enterforce? And beyond it, they got cooked by CAG. Yeah, thank you, James. Go ahead, elaborate.
No, that's it. That's all. I think the proof is in the pudding, right?
Fair enough.
It did not pan out so well for them. I think the idea for Enterforce is that they saw CAG lose Chalet 7-0 to Scars in the EWC Grand Final. That was a month ago, and I don't think that one loss to the best team in the region disqualifies CAG's incredible performance on this map holistically throughout history. Like I said, they played it 9 times in the last 6 months. They've won it 7 out of those 9 times, and they have a 92% defense win rate. Like, this is one of their best maps, hands down, and you're pretty brave taking the second best team in the region to their best map.
Yeah, I mean...
well, guess where they start even, CAG. It doesn't stop.
I think they put themselves in a bit of a corner, right? Because it was down to Skyscraper or Chalet, but either way, CAG had starting side preference. And if you go into Chalet, they're going to go defense. They're going to get 5 or 6 defenses, then you probably lose. But then you go to Chalet, it doesn't matter what side CAG start on because they're good on both. Like, I just think that they actually messed up the veto way before they got to Chalet, essentially.
Can I just also jump in there on Skyscraper? Like, had Enterforce picked Skyscraper, you're talking about going to a map where the last time CAG played it, they beat BDS on it. So I wouldn't recommend going to Skyscraper against CAG either.
So actually, kind of a question for you, Nick, from your own experience. When you know your opponent is just that much more experienced and quote-unquote better than you, what do you resort to?
It's funny because you would go to Oregon usually. Like, we feel we keep saying that. Like, Oregon is where good teams go to die, right? And that's gone from the map pool. You got Lair instead. Trust me, Enterforce on Playday number 1 and 2, they're not gonna play Lair. There is zero chance. They want to see other teams play it first, get some inspirations, and probably work it from there. And I think that's the right approach. They got there for Dimensions and the basics on all the other maps they gotta worry about first. They shouldn't be the ones to innovate a new map. They gotta learn the current map pool before Lair actually first.
Fair enough. Our MVP for the game, we got our graphic for you. Who is it? Well, Shibisu, but overall, CAG was just doing incredibly, and it looked like their 5th player. Who was it at the bottom of the scoreboard? I didn't see there. That was all the way down at like 88 cost. I'm like, you know what? That's, you know, it's our EPS at 88. I'm like, Black Ray. It's like, yeah, it's not bad because everybody else is taking all the other stuff to do. So you gotta cut your losses and just be happy that you 7-1'd your opponent and got back into the swing of things, because round differential plus the 3 points is gonna be helpful at the end of this stage.
Yeah. Shibisu only died twice in 8 rounds. That's pretty gnarly. And Shibisu was also the top player yesterday, even in the match they lost. So really nice to see him come in form. Also because he's had a bit of a turbulent career, right? Like, had that stint on Fnatic, and you know, Fnatic, not a good team. Whoa! Not a team that you join if you want to have immediate success. Historically.
No. I mean, hey, Nick, I'm gonna blow your mind right now.
Oh no!
Fnatic, last time they were good, Virtue
they were
was
beating
not
you.
in Europe. Yeah, they beat
last
you.
time they were good, they were beating you, by the way, Nick.
They literally knocked you out of SI 2020.
No.
That's when last one Fnatic
the
were good. That's
PTSD.
almost 5 years ago. Yeah. So a lot has happened since February 2020 until September 2024, mind you. But yeah, Shibisu has definitely gone on the up and up regardless.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to shoot strays at you, Nick, there.
But, it's not a stray.
It came up. And look, my point is, Shibisu's doing well. It has been a turbulent career. He's had troubles at various points, trying to work his way up. He's on a really good team now, and he is looking like one of, if not the best player on a team that is stacked full of legends. So that is a really good place to be. Even though CAG lost yesterday, we know that they can lose games in groups and still make the major. It's what happened in Stage 1. Let's see if they can do it again in Stage 2. This is the confidence boost that they needed.
Gentlemen, we have our second game on our hands in just a bit. That's Crest Gaming versus Kenot Trope. We'll talk about those 2 squads and set up our match right after this break.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that.
Welcome back, everybody, to Japan League, and I hope that you're having a great morning here on Sunday live from... Imagine if we were a radio broadcast. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Right?
Does that mean I get to do an American accent?
No.
Don't. No. Stick to your guns, James. Here we are. Crest versus Kenot Trope is game number 2 for today. We just saw Cyclops demolish Enterforce 7-1. But Crest Gaming yesterday, they did a pretty similar job, and Kenot Trope on the other hand, well, they got the other end of that ball and it dealt to them. But we'll see what we can get out of this. Crest is up first, and they're looking to break in beyond that glass ceiling, James.
Yeah, and look, they managed to do so in Stage 1. It was a really tight game when these teams played each other in Stage 1. It was a 15-rounder, and Crest won by a single round 8-7. Since then, of course, it's been a little bit of a turbulent time. They had some big wins, and they've had some pretty jarring losses as well. They managed to make it through pretty deeply into the qualifiers for the major, but of course, at the end, lost out to Exist, as you can see. And similar story through the EWC qualifiers as well. They ended up getting eliminated by Exist too. So finally, they have a bit of a beef with that team. They're kind of always head-to-head, neck and neck with those guys. But when it comes to teams like Kenot Trope, of course, this is one of the best teams in the region they're going up against, so they really have their work cut out for them. And if you look at their next 3 playdays, it doesn't get any easier with Scars and Veto to follow.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty beefy one. Yeah, you are correct in that one. But also Crest, my first time seeing them yesterday, like actually in action, I was pretty happy with them. They were super clutch, they were aggressive, they were confident, and they stole so many rounds away from Father's Back, where you can argue, should they have won those? Not necessarily, but they consistently stepped up every time the pressure was actually in the server. So I think they have what it takes to have a good, couple of playdays here for day 2, 3, and 4.
Well, let's see what they can pull off. On the other hand, we got Kenot Trope, and James, you mentioned the scoreline between these two teams in Stage 1. There's been some slight changes, mostly in the background for the two of them, but yesterday, Kenot Trope did not look that good versus Scars, I gotta be honest, but maybe they didn't have a lot of time to reset, but I wonder what they would change anyways.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say, right? This is like my favorite team in the league. If I was allowed to have favorites, I would say Kenot Trope. And the reason is their playstyle is so exciting, so aggressive. They have some really talented players on this roster as well, like constant upgrades these guys are getting. Okamesh is insane. Yukiz is a great addition as well. And of course, last stage they had a little bit of a funny run. They ended up making it to the grand final where they were competing for a spot at the Manchester Major, and they got decimated 7-4-7-1 by Scars in that game. They went and did a great run through the LCQ, and they actually had to play 99 rounds of Siege on the same day. That's 3 best of 3s, and then in the final match, they were up against CAG in the grand final of the LCQ for a spot at Manchester again, and they lost it in the 3rd map, and it was absolutely heartbreaking. So these guys, they know what it's like to play long series. They know how hard it is to fight for these major spots, but we haven't actually seen them at a major since they were called Varel over a year and a half ago. So we really need to see these guys step up. Of course, they bailed out early in the EWC qualifiers to CAG as well. And then yesterday, they had the toughest match that they will have all stage, which is against Scars. So from here on out, hopefully they can build some momentum in the next 3 playdays and then see if they can be a contender for the major.
I want to see them handle their pressure and their nerves a bit more, because I think yesterday against Scars, when all the rounds mattered, they played scared, they played pretty laid back, they weren't taking any risks, they weren't playing very confidently nor aggressively. When they were basically facing match point, they started playing, smiling a lot more on the player cams, playing aggressive, playing all those Amarus type operators, going fast and close to building and actually winning a couple of rounds. So I want them to play carefree, stress-free in the server from the very first round, not from the final round.
And there's the previous clash that you mentioned, James, at the top of the show here, or top of our pregame. 8-7, that was a result for Crest over Kenot Trope. We'll see if Kenot Trope can bounce back from yesterday's defeat. This Crest looked quite solid, I have to say, their matchup against Father's Back. But hey, maybe it's a specific opponent on the opening day. There's Arcully and Mao that we got to see, and there's clear difference between the stats for day 1.
Yeah, Arcully just had such an insane game yesterday. 162 EPS, a KD like that, never dying on entry. great player. Obviously, huge experience as well, formerly on CAG. He's moved over to Crest, which everyone would agree is like a downgrade. Crest haven't made a major, well, they made one major before. That's really it. They haven't made a big splash internationally like a lot of other teams have. And Akali has really found a good home here. He had a phenomenal game yesterday. Mount, unfortunately, didn't really. He did okay relative to the rest of his team, considering that it was quite a significant loss. But yeah, obviously we want to see these guys fire up. And I think for Kenot Trope, as you said, Nick, it's not really about any particular player firing. It's about a mentality change. They just need to get back to their aggressive playstyle that they know and love and have the confidence to do so. I think they will be more confident against Crest.
I think it is that simple sometimes. I think, especially on the attacking side, if you lose your confidence and you lose your ability to play, happily in the server, so to speak, you're gonna just be looking at the wall and being afraid of the wall. You have to break it. You are a sledge, right? You have a hammer, you gotta take down the wall and push on through. So I think map for them is gonna be very important. They gotta feel comfortable, they gotta feel at home, and they gotta back each other up saying, guys, we got this. Oh, you died? Don't worry about it. Hey, this round we're gonna make this play. I want you to rush this building. If you die, don't worry about it. My bad. Just back each other up mentally, supportively, and then try and get the ball going from there.
All right. Well, actually, it's a very good note to kind of put things out here, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, James and Dev, put your hard hats on to see what map we're going to have to dash through in this best of one series. As always, our system here in Rainbow Six Siege. If you're new to our esport, welcome. It's a wonderful place to be. But we run a 9-map pool. Cafe, Bank, Chalet, and Labs have been taken away. Lair is still in the running. Let's move on. What's our next? It's out. Sorry.
Water?
Sorry, James. We kicked out Lair. Keep it going. We got Consulate.
Consulate, okay.
What are your thoughts, Nick?
I think this could actually be okay from them. I don't know if historically they've been all that good on it, but it's more like this is a map where you can set up your win conditions on defense, saying, hey, we're going to play in these positions and react in this kind of way. And similar on attack, it's pretty much set in stone where you know how to attack from both sides of the building, right? Top 4 attack, you go meeting or you go CEO. I feel like Kenot Trope can work with this because there's not that much flexibility around it. But again, they have to do it confidently. That's my one thing here.
So I'm actually really surprised where this veto ended up going. Like, it came down to Border or Consulate. Border is by far Crest's most banned map. At the times they have played it, they've been really good. And it's kind of a similar story for Consulate for Crest. So this is a map that they don't play very much. Like, it's their mid-banned map. Like, they banned it as many times as it's banned against them. And they've only played it once, and that was at the end of Stage 1. And they got a really convincing 7-1 victory over Father's Back. On the flip side, Kenot Trope have not played this in the last 6 months. It is by far their most banned map. Essentially, their insta-ban, their lowest preference. So we're seeing both of these teams introduce something that we haven't seen very much of, and particularly for Kenot Trope, the ones that got to choose between this and Border, which they have played a lot more of. This is quite brave, and clearly they've tested this map in scrims a lot, and it's time for Kenot Trope to see what they can actually do in a real scenario here on Consulate.
And there's our comparison for Playday number 1. We kind of see the average stats of all 5 players on both of these teams. And like I said, Crest were way ahead. And you saw it yesterday, Nick. I mean, you saw it with your own 2 eyes. We're talking about it even.
Yeah, it really does tell the full story right now in terms of how things really went down. And as I was saying as well, Crest, there was a 7-2 victory of Father's Back on Clubhouse, but that could have very easily been a much closer series because Crest, they stole so many of those rounds. You know, winning 2 versus 4s, winning 2 versus 3s, winning post plans, etc. on defense. So I feel like if they don't show up as clutch today for Crest's side, this one here between them and Kenot Trope could be very, very close. But if this is yesterday's Crest against yesterday's Kenot Trope, this should be a one-sided affair, of course, favoring Crest.
All right, gentlemen, we are on the cusp of starting off our match here, but what were our predictions for it? Honestly, I want to take a look at it again if we can, calling over Nuttery themselves. And well, you
hot
guys
take, Nick. Hot take.
Look at that. Man. I'm right there, man. That's me.
I mean,
I believe in Crest.
Justified.
Okay.
Justify it.
I saw Choppy yesterday demolishing Father's Back, finding gaps, creating openings, making space, and having almost like an insight into the future. He was making plays so proactively that he was almost doing something against an opponent that didn't know what they were going to do against it first. So I just see a player potential individually from Crest that outbeats Kenot Trope. If it's the yesterday team showing up, Kenot Trope, they can stumble this. They can actually upset Crest in my mind if they as a team show up differently than yesterday. I just don't know if they can turn it around from 1 day break between yesterday and today.
Gentlemen, our map is loading up, as you can see on screen, which means we're heading into our game. So again, what wall will we bash through? Can't wait to hear what Pengu talks about in this. Also, Dev Marta, gentlemen, please take it away. Consulate in Crest and Kenot Trope.
Thank you, Milos. What a one-sided community vote. You guys at home really favoring Crest. I gotta tell you, if Crest win this, it is an upset. Like, yes, yesterday they played really well and Kenot Trope lost, but I'm telling you, like, this is should be a one-sided game. Like, I think Kenot Trope is such a solid team, and yes, historically these teams are pretty neck and neck, but Kenot Trope have not shown us a fraction of what they are capable of, and I expect that to change today. I am going to put my foot down and say Kenot Trope should be a really solid team in this matchup, and I'd be surprised if they lose here to Crest. However, they are starting... Actually, no, they're starting on the defense. They're starting on the attack? I'm a bit confused.
Kenot Trope on the attack, right?
Yeah, I guess so, but then why is... Yes. Oh my god, I got so confused for a second. Crest banning the last defender. They start on defense. Okay, so one downside of Kenot Trope starting on attack is, of course, it's going to be much harder to get the momentum in the first half. They, of course, got the last ban, so Crest came down with the choice of sides. I think Kenot Trope should still be favored here, but I'll be honest, I'll be really disappointed if they start slow. They need to bring that fiery Kenot Trope playstyle that we've seen from them in the past.
That's exactly it. And one of the big reasons why I think that may not happen is exactly because yesterday they had a very slow start and they seem to like negatively snowball themselves into a bigger loss. Now they're starting attack on Consulate, which is one of the most difficult maps to attack in the league currently, arguably at least. And if they have that same mental issue, at least from the outside looking in, they could go down 0-3, 0-4, maybe at best have a 2-4 half. And then I'm thinking, okay, now they go on defense, that's going to be better for them, but what kind of mental state will they be in? Will they start feeling the pressure like they did yesterday? Sure, they played Scars, right? They play a big name, they play a big team, and it can be hard to kind of try and deal with that mentally. But right now they're playing Crest, which you keep saying is like, this would be an upset if Crest were to win. So maybe in Kenot Trope's own mind, they feel a lot better about this particular matchup, and they got those first game day jitters out of their system. I hope that for them, because I too really like these guys, you know? I keep saying it, Fabian over at PSG and we've seen Kenot Trope in scrims. PSG Talon, they've scrimmed them multiple times. I was very impressed with them before Stage 1 started earlier this year, and before Stage 2 started as well. I go to cast, you know, Japan Pro League, and I don't really see that same kind of Kenot Trope from scrims, so I do want to see their full potential. I would love to see it right here, but my prediction still stays with Crest.
I like that. I'm glad that we're split 1-1. I think it's a healthy way to be. I mean,
yeah,
true. And look, I didn't get to cast the Crest game yesterday, so I haven't seen them firsthand. Same can be said for Kenot Trope, right? You were there for both of their games. Very early spawn peak from Renzo. That is dangerous. I don't know how Mao's gone down early. At least it's only the striker, the recruits. So it's not utility that you can't get on any other operator, really. I don't know how essential. I can't actually remember what utility he brought in terms of the frags or the stuns or whatever. What is that? Very aggressive from you, Kiz. Ill-advised, as Akali is more than ready for it. This attempted aggression from Kenot Trope already being met with satisfaction from Crest.
I like it though. They're striking back because they lost that first member, and I think Kenot Trope, that's playing with confidence. That's playing, you know, looking for the wall to sledge it down, essentially, like I was saying earlier. So yeah, it didn't work out, but I think it's the right approach to stay inside of the server. Okay, it didn't work. Now they're 3 versus 5. It's only gonna get worse from here. But we gotta just look at their confidence and how they're playing this individually, and of course also as a team. This first round could be done and dusted in a second here. Who knows? But we got so many more rounds to go. They just gotta find themselves in the server first.
Choppy, big kill. He was being hunted by Carwow, but Choppy was ready for it. There was no live drone ahead of Carwow. He had to drone for himself and eventually dies because of it. Now there's still pings information on where Choppy has gone, but Akayu has missed his opportunity to go and chase that frag. Desperate times for Kenot Trope. As Choppy's back on the top floor, Rento's holding onto that vending position, which does mean it is essentially impossible for Okamesh to move past it. he needs his teammate in Akayu to move up the spiral stairs and support him.
Got 2 line scans, got some frag grenades, but no flashbangs to work with. The issue very much is that you don't know where these defenders are playing from. You can assume, you can guess, etc. But you gotta just take a left or a right swing here and hope that you make the right decision.
He is about to meet Choppy. He's used both of his frags, so we can't use it on the vending machine. And anyway, he will get swung by Choppy. It's a 1 versus 5 for Okamesh, and not the start that we expected from Kenot Trope. Not the start I expected for damn sure. Choppy's hungry for more. Nice little shoulder peek. Does eventually get traded on back. Crest are just padding their stats at this point. The round is over. And Okamesh can try and find a few consolation picks, but at the moment what Kenot Trope really need to be talking about is what the hell went wrong there and what they need to do from here on, because that round is just not what we expect to see out of Kenot Trope.
It's one of those rounds that you forget happen. You say, you know what, that was the warm-up round, now the real round begins, because it starts off that spawn peak and it just gets worse from there. I get it, they full send it, etc. They also deemed themselves that, hey, we need a 5-man execute, we get spawn peak, it is what it is. You can't really change the past here. And if you're an attacking team and you're talking through like your strat and who's gonna go where and where you're gonna spawn, you might lose focus for a small second there and like forget about the potential spawn peaks and then die because of it. Okamesh finds a kill there to pad his stats a bit and just kind of stall things out. I actually like this from Kenot Trope. Instead of sending in the building in that 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3, and just dying, they actually sit back inside of admin office. They probably talk like a mini tactical timeout basically and say, guys, what should we focus on for this upcoming round? Top floor is done and dusted. Are they going to go basement? Are they going to go lobby? Are they going to go split bomb site? What should we do?
Well, it looks like it's going to be basement from Crest, which is, I think, what most people would expect.
Yeah.
As we reflect a little bit on this round, like, what was the idea here? You said that Kenot Trope really just wanted to retaliate, but even the exchange that went down on the basement, on the ground floor, right, with Carwell going down, just disappointing, right? Like, that should have been a kill. I don't know if he was just going into solo or what, but he didn't look very supported.
No, that was the only thing that I saw. I was like, okay, there wasn't a lot of support. You're correct. There was so much single plays. When we saw the Lion work up the spiral staircase and Okamesh on the Ash instead of admin office, they also did not swing together. Lion walked in, swung the left, died from the right. Okamesh was standing still holding a passive angle. So there certainly is a bit of likely communication errors there, not having those countdowns. And it sounds kind of silly, but having a literal 3, 2, 1 go countdown inside the server, it helps unify so many things about Rainbow Six Siege. Because timings from different spots on the map can be very tricky. You know, the person pushing Spiral and the person pushing Admin, they need to understand where the other person exactly is standing at and when they're gonna move forward. If you're just gonna say, I'm gonna go now, then you have to like process that, think to yourself, oh, that means I have to go as well. And in literally like a 1 or even half a second hesitation or delay can make or break the timings when you try and force those 2v1 gunfights.
Step 1 is to clear this roam game, and there's quite a bit of a roam here. Renzo makes his way back downstairs. He's being chased from the top floor. He hasn't been droned. As I say that, Arculi gets droned here on the yellow stairs, watching with a vault over from the skylight. I feel like Kenot Trope are all hammer and no anvil. Like, there's no one waiting to receive these players as they fall back.
That's exactly it. A very, very old term, actually, which I love, the hammer and anvil strat. Basically, you have a hammer that's gonna shove players away from their angle, and you're supposed to find the anvil on the other side so it goes clonk. But if there's no anvil, you're just shoving the defenders away from you. And eventually, they'll find themselves 5 players on the bomb site, nobody's dead, and you wasted all this time roam clearing an empty map. So without the anvil, you don't get those opening kill, you don't get the advantage, but sometimes the anvil will come to you. Choppy taking an unnecessary gunfight there, swinging way too aggressive towards the spiral staircase. He's an aggressive player, he has a lot of confidence from yesterday, he will go for those plays, but this time it goes punished.
Highly aggressive roam, and it's found nothing for Crest. Very risky play, as you said, over-peaking, on layers of over-peaking. McClare and Lua, the last 2 left, and now they have to overpeak. It's the only way that you win from such a deficit. So, ironically, the thing that lost them the round is now their only win condition, so they look to get aggressive. Should be information. There's a first pick for Lua, very nice, but he's likely to be cut off here from Spiral Stairs. And awkward timing there for Eclair, but he survives for a bit longer. Lua's looking to try and get back down, and here's the last one remaining. He was last spotted upstairs. and it should be pretty simple for Kenot Trope to cut him off now. Underneath in dungeon, player is looking the wrong direction, but has now heard him. A big spray from Okamesh, a couple taps with the DMR will do the trick, and Kenot Trope are on the scoreboard.
And Kenot Trope, they're staying in it. I know it's only the first 2 rounds here, but this is actually quite a different look than yesterday when they were playing back up against Scars. Because they just look like they're happy to keep fighting, they're happy to actually hold aggressive angles in case their opponent will aggress back into them. Because after literally the first 2 rounds or so against Scars, they stopped holding those angles, and the second an enemy would shoot a bullet towards them or a drone would arrive at their feet, they would run away on defense. And they wouldn't hold those aggressive lines of sight like this on the attack either. So, really good look from them. They buy it, or they get that second round. They didn't buy anything, they earned it, they fought for it, and there we get it. The nice synchronization. Everybody praising that team performance.
Yeah, the thing is, Crest essentially gave that round up. Like, by playing aggressive, you give the opportunity for Kenot Trope to just win kills. And as we said, like, there was no anvil in that clear. So if Crest had decided to shoot drones and fall back to save positions, then they likely would have won that round, or at least Kenot Trope would have had a much more challenging time of it. That does concern me. Right? It really, all it takes is Crest to change their fallback strategy a little bit, and Kenot Trope won't be getting those round wins. So the onus is still on the attack to put the work in.
For Consulate though, I mean, going 2-4, I would say across most regions, that's the average / expected result. Spoke about pace change earlier in the previous matchup. Look at this, the Blitz, the Yang, would fly in this window. We know there's a shotgun close out of this window though. If they don't know Rento is here, oh my god. It could be dangerous.
What is the play for the attack? The Candelas come out. In goes the Blitz, but he looks the wrong direction and he goes down very quickly. Finally, a kill for Kenot Trope. It is a team kill from Arcoli. 3 versus 3 winnable here, especially with that pick from Okamesh. Eclair's gone down. The Dokkaebi call will favor the attack, but Rento gets aggressive. The timing, though, is that Carwow has him locked in. So he goes for it. No! Misses his opportunity. That's desperate. Oh, that is pitiful. Now they have to push him out. They know where he is. And potentially if they go outside, they might be able to kill him. There's another player. There's information on this player. Carwow takes down Renzo, and it was all up to Choppy. 1v1 now. This round isn't even half done, and, well, all the players but 2 are dead. What are you doing?
No!
Carwow! You didn't realize he was just around the corner from you. All it takes is a little swing from Choppy, and the round is over for Crest.
Oh, that's a heartbreaking round. I mean, it was such a well thought out plan as well. I mean, we see this Yin goes CO window, spams flashes top 4, Blitz goes in. Okay, Blitz picked the wrong spot. He dies to piano, unfortunate. But they actually make a really good kind of middle round happen there, where they equalize back to a 3-on-3. But the big thing, I think, like round throw is actually Okamesh swinging aggressively top spiral right here. Because right before that happened, his teammate found the player of Rento hiding inside that closet in piano. If Okamesh doesn't swing, you force a 2 versus 1. And yeah, there was a red ping, there was a yellow ping. Okamesh had some sort of information, but why not just double up on the guy in piano, play together with your teammates? Because the second you get into a 1 versus 1 on that piano lobby bomb site, it becomes basically impossible to plant as an attacker because of all those long lines of sight, bulletproof on defense, and it's a 7-second plant timer. Unless the defender is leaving you alone for 7 entire seconds, you will not be able to plant. You're forced to play this ring out the rosy, back and forth fighting game, which again, defenders just have more intel. So I feel like, again, they should have kind of won that round, but they make some small errors. But again, they play aggressive, they play confidently, and this time they countered the spawn pick to get their opening pick uncontested.
Yeah, I got to give them credit where credit is due. Crest are looking pretty solid here. They've got a lot of confidence, but as you said, the confidence sometimes goes both directions, and in this case, Rento giving up an early pick might be exactly what Kenot Trope need. Now, the one round Kenot Trope has won was because Crest played aggressive and it was punished, right? So perhaps the read here for Crest is let's not play too aggressive. Let's look for safe aggressive opportunities where we can slow down Kenot Trope, but we don't need to confirm those kills.
Not every team can adapt on the fly. Yesterday against Father's Back, Crest, they had 1 tempo. That was what we're seeing right now. They never had to change off of that because it kept working every single time. So if Kenot Trope can kind of counteract that aggression and shut it down as they have been somewhat consistently so far, that could actually be an issue for Crest unless they can make the adjustment saying, guys, this isn't working, let's go to plan B, swing out aggressively continuously. Okamish takes a little bit of damage from the Asami, but this is just peeling apart those layers. Get admin, reach those soft walls, try and push up. The timing here favoring Kawa actually downstairs and Buck. Really good for him.
Yeah, it's great for him, and such a contrast to what happened in the first round. Crest did not over-aggress there. Here, they're just desperately looking for something every single pick, and Kenot Trope, it means they're not forced to do very much except for wait. And they're winning out on timings, they're winning out on these engagements. They've made a lot of control, and now the Buck is down below looking to flush out the positions of these anchors on site, and it makes it so awkward now for these Crest players to find a safe haven.
Yeah, this is hard now. If you just held lobby control, Buck can't do all the self-destruction, at least not for free. And because you also got the spawn pick on Renzo earlier, you can now afford to have a couple of attackers just watching flanks, watching drones, holding passive ankles. Joby finds one somehow though, they're still fighting back. That's that clutch potential that they have in the Crest.
Yeah, and they're finding more with it as well. Numbers back in favor of Crest. But a quick swing. How does Choppy win that?
How does he get that?
He got the kill! And with that, the round is over! Somehow Choppy got the kill as he was downed. Akali can barely believe it. None of these players could believe it. This is just insane. I can't believe what I'm watching. Some of these moments are just unbelievable.
This is just like what happened to Father's Back. They would lose a round like that multiple times on Clubhouse yesterday. Now, Kenot Trope, they're getting that same deal. I mean, I think he was hip firing through the chair and table the same frame he got injured. It's like, I didn't even realize he could have even gotten the kill there. And he was fine. Look at this. And he was flashbang too. It's absurd. And it was down to a 1v1 because Choppy was injured. And still they lose out. Kenot Trope, you can argue that all they had to do was plant meeting default. They had downstairs control, they had the Buck verticality, and they had 5 versus 3. They don't need to fight for their lives with top spiral because they can just plant meeting. All they have to do is walk in and get one single kill on the meeting player. I know it's not that simple, but it beats trying to take the entirety of the map, pushing spiral, pushing in meeting, pushing long disc, etc. Because it's just more areas where things can go the wrong way essentially, and you spread yourselves more thin for less trades. The whole point of getting a 5v3 is that you can get a 2 or a 3 versus 1 in 2 separate areas of the map and basically guarantee yourself to win out the gunfight. Maybe you lose a body, but you can afford to essentially.
I don't know, I'm starting to look a little bit silly, Pengu. I did really gas up the tires of Kenot Trope.
It happens, man. And I don't think you're wrong to do it either. They're not a bad team.
No, but they are struggling a little bit here. Like, when they're not given picks, they don't really have a lot of initiative. And sometimes the risks are just silly. Like that execute onto piano exposition was just a little bit unfounded. Looks like they're getting aggressive early on with the Dokkaebi. They're going for full map clears, even on the basement. This is very ambitious, but as we've said before, like there was no anvil last time to this push. And that's what I'm hoping that they have rectified, but I'm not sure that they have. There is Okamesh down. I believe he's on the ground floor, perhaps looking out from a window, and he might be covering one of these retreat opportunities.
Also worth noting for us at least, because we got the silhouettes, right? There's not actually a whole lot of roaming presence from Crest, so they've also made their own adaptations saying, okay, they were pretty slow at taking top floor and first floor control. Even if we don't actively roam there, they have to double check everything with the drones, take the map control, etc. We're just gonna play from backside basement and the actual side itself. Okamish though finds our Kali. So as I was saying that they're playing passive, all of a sudden Crest, they give up their passive position downstairs, they regress up a staircase, but at that point they should just started on the roam and fallen back. There's no point to start passive to then walk back up into a regress at 1 minute 40 seconds left in the round. So Kenot Trope now, doing self-destruction, doing hard destructions, they actually have everything going for them, and they didn't need the anvil. Once again, Crest kind of gave it to them.
This is a really good look here for Kenot Trope. So many of those checklist items on the attack have been fulfilled. The main breach is open. This hatch will be open as soon as the Tubarão runs out of his gadgets, which is now. So as soon as this one elapses, that hatch is open. We've got the Vert game, we've got the Grimsbees, and Choppy and Co are starting to look a little bit uncomfortable on site.
Yeah, now it's a Crest. They gotta win. There's some impressive gunfights here because they're gonna execute right now.
And they go for the plant in the smoke as well, but Okamesh does find a kill, which makes it all kinds of difficult. It's a flawless round in the end for Kenot Trope. That's the best attack we have seen thus far, and not by a small margin.
So hey, maybe it was worth hyping up because they can actually get it done sometimes. But yeah, you are correct in the sense that I think if Crest, they make the strategical correct choice on how to play the map movement, it will be a lot more difficult for Kenot Trope. I think that previous round, if you start roaming top floor, you kill a drone, then you play first floor. Then you kill another drone, then you play basement and actually fall back. I am very curious what that round actually looks like. But with that being said, if Kenot Trope actually can get to the bomb site with 5 or 4 attackers alive, they look very competent. They did the right soft destruction with Bug to enable the Grim to shut down all the rotation areas of the site itself, like security hallway, cafeteria, the cafeteria rotate. If any defenders walked in to try and stop the plant, they would get spotted by the Grimpies, and then they would die shortly after. So they understand what angles to hold and where to hold them from, and that just shows you the depth of can they have when they get to execute phase.
10 seconds to insertion. Very execute focused team, and that's why most of the rounds that they've lost have been due to like the early and mid round being lost.
Yeah.
Or that one on the top floor, which was just a huge mess, and Crest just kept fighting them, and Kenot Trope could not retaliate, they couldn't refrag. But of course, we've got the basement under lock and key for Kenot Trope. They've won that attack twice now. And the other bomb sites have been very hard to crack. Now we're back to Expo and Piano. Now this bomb site was won last time by Crest, and it was really thanks to Kenot Trope just struggling with that little blitz execute. They have the Ying again, but no blitz this time, and I wonder how they're planning on changing things to have a bit more success this time.
Yeah, I'm looking at the IQ and the Twitch, and I'm thinking, okay, they are up against a Tashanka and a Warden, a Sami, and a Mute Leash. It's like, I don't feel like the attacker repick here had that much accurate information. They only lost one single drone. You can see that top right of your screen right now. That usually means that they had pretty passive drones in the drone phase of things. So odds are, maybe they only saw 1 or 2 defending operators, had to pick the operators off of that, maybe expecting a pulse for C4 below or something like that. Therefore, the IQ, this jump out is so unnecessary, Choppy, because you can't look straight up in the air when you jump out the window. So even if there was only 1 player, not 2, I think he dies regardless. And again, Crest, they don't need to be doing this. They're playing Tashanka, they're playing Warden, they're playing for the bomb side, they're not playing for aggressive jump outs, they're not playing Orcs, for example. So I feel like they have one way to play the game right now, and KN, they figured out how to counter it.
And funnily enough, it's Legion with generative utility that dies as well. So goo mines that will never be seen have unfortunately been forfeited. But yeah, pretty poor read there from Crest. Funnily enough, their aggression in the early round continues to be to their demise. Now KN can shape up a 5 versus 4 execute as they get information on site. You're right that they didn't have much information in the prep phase, and perhaps some of these choices of repicks were not very accurate. But now they can get that information, they can get their drones in there, they see that Mute himself is in Piano. Where is their intent to execute?
Wait for the Candelas. Where they go, it's going to be above the side actually for distraction game. Will they push with this? Oh, they're planning actually.
I don't know how they got inside, but they managed to plant. Now it's up to Lua. He knows where this plant's going down, but he doesn't know how to deny it from above. Eventually, the plant is confirmed, and Rento is now in the middle of sight and covered from Mao. Very difficult now for this retake. 2 versus 4 as Lua and Arkoli try and piece together a few kills. 1 for each of them. Okamesh and Akayu now have to cover, but they can do so from above. That's the danger here. The defense have to try and cross, but there's the cover. Upside down rappel is perfect, and Kenot Trope can lock out the round and salvage what looked to be a bit of a rough half. They end it even with their opponents on their attack.
This again, KN, they're playing, 3D chess, and Crest are playing 2D chess. They see things for, the same thing. They're trying to whack and mold. They want to go for kills. If you have a C4 in basement there, you shut down the plant. If you have better verticality, you shut down the plant. And to make things even worse, I think Crest's communication was very lackluster in that round. They had a yellow ping in the exact spot where the plant was going down. But it's from the meeting room upstairs where you see it. They thought they were planting Piano behind the half wall. We saw 2 separate defenders being like, oh, he's planting there? Let me try and get the pixel right. But that's not the same room. So if you're calling planting on ping versus saying planting piano default on ping or planting piano on ping, that can make or break the difference of communication, because saying just on ping doesn't give you the context, and that's why I think yellow ping is a harmful tool in casual and ranked as well, because I believe this was introduced to help people that are non-verbal to communicate with their teammates, right? But if you just yellow ping a wall and don't say drone, enemy, planting, standing, crouched, whatever, a yellow ping can mean practically everything. And we just saw in a professional level that somebody yellow pinged without accurate context, most likely, and his teammates had no idea what room they were even planting in. So, small communicational errors, but KN get the 3-3 half actually and put themselves up for a perfect chance here at taking it on the side swap, because now they've actually, I think, beaten my expectations for the round score.
It's funny because it feels like, if you look holistically at this match so far, in the 6 rounds, Crest have probably played better overall.
Yeah.
But a few mistakes here and there have allowed Kenot Trope to surpass expectations. Not just have a good half, but have a really solid half. As you said, they've gone even on the unfavored side. And from here on, we really need to look at Crest and say, okay, you better have some banging attacks. Otherwise, this is going to be very grim.
What they did on Clubhouse against Father's Back, that's like the attacks is where I was like, wow, they are quick, they take map control, they're not afraid of fighting for opening engagements, especially somebody like Acerola and Choppy. And Choppy has been on fire so far. He's 6-4 and has been first death twice. Okay, he made that 3 times now actually. Delas, armor goes in, they're gonna go talk about cheese plant.
Yeah, this is really risky, but in comes the Warden, and he does counter the Ying. He goes for the planter and gets him. Now CGL looking at a bit of a rough spot. They do have a player here in CEO who was unable to cut off a Caillou on this cross. Lewis found one though, so maybe it is possible to redeem this. Eclair, his patience pays dividends. Now the retake is looking a little bit more difficult for Kenot Trope. Crest do have the numbers advantage, but that diffuser is locked down on the ground in sight.
That's so awkward for Kenot Trope. They don't have a lot of intel to work with. Fire on the ground, still stalling things out for a moment's notice, but these Grimbees, only one left. We'll get info on top meeting. We see the outlet of Goya walking towards top spiral instead, but they got a yellow ping. Nowhere one player is at least some defense here. They got a one-man advantage. Oh, make that 2.
That is the shot that they needed, all up to Mao. He's got no C4, no impacts, no explosives to work with, just his trusty Vector. And the plant is going down. He's walking into a crossfire as well. Now he must face all 3 players individually, try and isolate some ones, but they can coordinate this so well. Crest are looking to play passively, looking to fall back, play for repels. This upside down repel means it's basically unwinnable now for Mau. A great salvage of the round from Crest. I mean, this looked like a done deal after Kenot Trope denied that plan, but they stuck to their guns, they held on, they were patient, and they made it work with that second attempt on the plan. A really solid start, proving that they themselves can attack on this map as well.
The more I see of this matchup here between these 2 teams, the more I get the feeling that Kenot Trope, they like when things, they make sense. They're logical, they're organized, and, you know, nothing is out of the norm. Whereas for Crest, they love the chaos. That was a really sloppy execute. There's no coverage, they're gambling that they don't have a C4 or Warden. I mean, but Kenot Trope, they like to play logical. Of course they're gonna have a Warden because Ying is open, for example. But then, when it comes down to that 3 versus 3 mid-round situation, Kenot Trope are like, what are they gonna do now? What makes sense because the finisher's like middle of the side? I guess they're gonna come from admin or spiral, but no. Crest were already in CEO because they repelled on in the same time Warden left that area to shut down the plant. So when Warden then walks around the side for free thinking, hey, I'm safe, he dies. So it's like chaos versus harmony, and it's 2 very different ways of playing the game. You can just tell how both teams are struggling sometimes in these rounds because they get forced to play the opponent's style of the game, which they're not necessarily used to.
And I find it funny because Kenot Trope were known for having an aggressive playstyle. Like, I remember casting one of their games where they execute, like, they did a rush, like 5 rounds in a row. Every single round, they were rushing with, like, a preset execute plan. And so they like to play in a form of chaos. They like to salvage these messy rounds. And yet, that's not the Kenot Trope that we're seeing this stage. And I'm wondering if it's partly due to the change in staff. Like, we've got a new support staff system on this team. Some Brazilian support staff have come in and joined the roster. Yeah. And perhaps they're bringing a very different philosophy of the game to a team that used to be really good at one thing, and now they're not really doing that playstyle anymore.
I was about to make the same observation because I was like, oh yeah, right, they made support staff changes, because this could very well be a support staff trying to better a team who is not used to playing this way perhaps, or having to like go through that kind of restructure period. And the off season, if you're very efficient, you can get a lot done. But I don't know exactly when the support staff joined. I don't know how long time they've had with it, for example. So I don't know if they got everything done and dusted during the off season. Maybe they're still working through those kinks right now in the server, for example. I think KN, given more time, could combine their old aggressive playstyle with their new structured one and be a really dynamic team that can play the game on both sides of the coin. But right now, it seems like they're overly trying to force one particular style because it's deemed better, but it works out half the time, I would say. This could be their 4th round. They get the opening pick. Mao upstairs. Got one. Got traded right back. No real support. It's actually delayed there from Okamesh. What? There's a 3rd as well.
You'd be tilted if you're Chobi. You're like, why are there 3 players up here? Another kill goes down. And this can now just be locking it in for Kenot Trope. They can fall back to site. No need to play aggressively anymore. They've got the advantage. Yeah. Just to touch back. They are. It's very true. Just to touch back on the point that you mentioned. So Little joined this team previously of Onyx Ravens in the Brazilian region. And yeah, I haven't seen much of Kenot Trope since then. Like, this is my first time casting them since they made this change. And that was 2 months ago, so they did play a little bit of the EWC quals. Actually, no, I think the EWC quals would have been before that, actually. So, yeah, the end of the quals were during Little's joining the team. So, yeah, I don't know. It's very hard to say whether Kenot Trope have, like, consciously made a drastic change, but it's not working out for them so well. Necessarily not this round. Out of nowhere, a 2v3 becomes a 2 versus 1. It is up to Akayu. He reveals his position with that spray, and he does allow Crest to make their way forward. He knows he's right in the crossfire. He needs to win this one. But Kuli covers him. How do you fumble that round, Kenot Trope? There was no way they should have lost that, and yet Crest waltz on down, take the 1v1s, and force that plant down.
This is, I keep saying it, but it's so true. This is just like yesterday for Crest. They have no business winning these rounds in such a simple manner. Like, when the game is complicated, the full roam clear, the bombs that execute, etc. Crest, it's a little bit sloppy sometimes. But in a 2v3 and all they gotta do is walk in and take a 1 versus 1 gunfight, they win it every single time. It's ridiculous. I have to criticize Kenot Trope a little bit here, because that a mirror window from cafeteria looking towards yellow door, we saw it in the end there in the 1 versus 2. That should cover half of the entire bomb side. You don't need to worry about yellow door. There's a mirror window. That's it. Same for the hatch and piano. Same for breach. That covers that. So you only have to worry about backside and bottom spiral. Now, backside has a default camera watching it, as well as you can just simply barricade the doors. That way you also don't have to worry about it until those doors get opened up, because they give you a sound cue of the enemy's presence. That quite literally means they only had to worry about bottom spiral. That's the only gap, the only area that is weak, that doesn't have information ahead of time, and it's also, funny enough, the only thing they didn't really cover. And that's how... Like, look at this. Why are you playing this overly aggressive angle to hold it? No! You can play... The doors are barricaded. You can play break room. You can play right next to the position and the mirror, and you have a crossfire. So, it's these really small things where it goes, oh, that makes sense when you look at it afterwards. But it shouldn't have to make sense after you make the mistake. That should be your go-to way of playing the round before the mistake happens, because that's how you lose those rounds.
Yeah, it's hard to watch for Kenot Trope. That was an unlosable round, and little positioning errors and losing 1v1s means that Crest are now up 2 rounds. They're undefeated on their attack so far, and funnily enough, both of those rounds probably should have been Kenot Trope wins. Kenot Trope got the opening pick and looked really solid throughout the mid-round, and yet Crest ended up pretty convincingly winning both of those rounds with multiple players still up and alive. Now Kenot Trope really need to get on their bike. They cannot afford any more mistakes. A single more round loss and they're forfeiting points on the scoreboard for the standings. They really need to have a clean sweep for the rest of their defense. Win in regulation to maximize their chances of making it to the playoffs.
Crest, the late game warriors, that's the thing that I get. I mean, look at this, the over-aggression there a bit. when you don't have the Clash rotate over, you don't have an Asami for those keeper barriers either. If you're gonna overextend, I would love to see the call out there from Okamish to maybe rotate over and help him or something like that, because you're just gambling on them making a mistake and not joining you inside of admin between the windows, because that's all you're playing for. If you play so overly aggressive and they don't make a mistake, you will likely be in a really bad spot, and that's exactly what just happened. Crest, now they got their early advantage, usually the other way around. And since they're great in the late game, this is a great start for them, because where they are weakest, seemingly at least, they have now already built an advantage due to Mao overextending.
And Akuli being the anvil in that case. Okamesh has found a pick back on an off angle as Rento tried to throw a flashbang out. And so there is something here for Kenot Trope. Ooh, nice shot onto that Flores drone as well. The fact that the Rotero went down means that that bar will still be intact and a player can still play behind it.
You won't get past me!
This Clash voice lines yelling.
I love that.
One of those.
Clash has the best voice lines.
You won't get past me!
Oh!
Oh, she wasn't wrong.
It was a pretty big deletion there. The Clash spotted the player and then instantly his head taken clean off. I like this re-aggression.
Yeah.
It enables the players to push on forward. However, Akuli's having quite a round. He's found the second kill for his team. He's getting quite aggressive now. He's snuck all the way. Yeah, he has found this gap at the long desk and made his way forward. Now Okamesh has to bring out the SMG and worry about that position. There's no breach as of yet. Akuli peppered with a few bullets as Yukis tries to fall back as well. But Akuli's actually completely forfeited and gone back downstairs. I don't think there's anyone here. He's chasing ghosts.
Use invert destruction maybe. Final few flashbangs going out. Time is taking low, 20 seconds. Then we're clashing the board. This could be very troublesome from Crest. They have no way to deal with that operator. And there we go. The re-aggression from Okamesh. He's playing this really smart so far.
Oh, but he's gone down the Visa stairs. He's bring out his gun and found a kill. But here for Eclair. Suddenly flips the switch. Kenot Trope relied just on Akayu. Finds the first. It's a 1v1. Eclair can't win it out. Big from Kenot Trope. Exactly what they needed. They get their first defense round on the board. But man, it was so damn close.
Sigh of relief there on the players' face cams, because they knew that going 0 for 3 on the side swap would basically tilt them, or tilt the scales at least, so far against them it seems impossible to make a comeback happen. Yesterday, KN, they were having this trouble where the rounds that, you know, didn't really matter all that much, you know, the first couple rounds where you have so many mistakes you can make, they were just playing extremely scared and cautious. And we said from the get-go, they've been fighting back every single round against Crest. And sure, there's been some good rounds, there's been some bad rounds, but this round in particular, they did a really good job, I think maybe for the first time on defense at least, to take control and control the pace of that round. It's Okamesh aggressing into admin. He forces out the ace. Then he falls back to the bomb side. Okay, they come back to admin. He again pushes aggressive to reach the staircase, swaps to the weapon, and they go for a 2 versus 1 swing. It made sense, him and Fenrir. They did miss time slightly and they both died, but it made sense what they were doing. They had a plan, they communicated it, and sure the execution wasn't perfect, but I think it's the right way to approach this, trying to put the numbers advantage up against singled out enemies. It's what Munchie does really well, it's what Clash does really well. You find someone who's alone, you get a teammate behind you, and you try and take them down. So, Okamesh 14 kills, by the way, silent killer.
Damn, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, and then he's playing Clash.
And he actually got a couple kills on the Clash as well.
He did, yeah.
There's a good drone inside though. Lua managed to sneak through with the Twitch drone. Could find a lot of information. Now there is one bulletproof camera in the lineup, not sure where it's placed, but that would be the main priority util to clear. But even just getting information that site is clear is really important. You know what we are seeing from Kenot Trope that we didn't see from Crest on defense? It's this pulse, it's this verticality, the potential to deny plant from below.
And that's again how different these two teams they play out the game. Now both teams did bring out the IQ on this particular bomb site attack. One team didn't get to utilize much of it because of the lack of the pulse, but even if you bring out the IQ, yeah, you'll know there's a pulse. You might know roughly where he is, but if he's in the basement below the bomb site, you need to go downstairs and deal with him. So we gotta watch the clock right now. 1 minute 50 seconds. They gotta clear top floor. They gotta take bomb site control for a plant, but they also had to worry about the basement. They got the yellow pings, they got the red pings. Almost there, gets the kill. Lucas will fall back away. But now KN, they know that the gig is up. They know they're being chased downstairs. And Yukis, has to fight a lot of angles with limited intel, and I think little to no support.
Yeah, the problem is that Yukiz can't go for Plantanile while he's also being hunted by Akali. Now Chubby is so close to this site right here. He's waiting for an opportunity to enter, and I think it's a bait from Kenot Trope. They've still got presence above. They've still got presence below. They have the ability to deny this plant. They're trying to convince Crest to make a move.
They got the sandwich, they got the layers above and below. Smokes go out. Can they plant this? I don't think Pulse in the right spot to deny this, actually.
No. Pulse is being hunted, and it means this plant might be able to go down. The smokes have gone out. Carwell does find the opening kill, though. Yukiz is in a world of hurt and does go down. Good prioritization from Crest. They're not overextending for a plant as of yet, but Carwell's done a phenomenal job on the site to hold on, and Kenot Trope seem to be keeping Crest at bay. It's up to Akali and Renzo now, both of them coming from the same direction, and at least one of their positions has been known. Okamesh looks away at the wrong angle, but still wins his fight. This guy is insane. 15 kills to his name. All up to Renzo, he does nothing. And Kenot Trope have tied the scoreline. A chance now at gunning for that match point.
And right there you see how strong it can be to play around dynamically in Rainbow Six Siege. The fact that Kenot Trope were playing across all 3 floors, it spread the attackers so thin, they sent 2 players, the Ash and the IQ, downstairs to try and hunt Yukiz on the pulse. And some people might say, isn't that a bit overkill? Couldn't IQ just go for it 1 versus 1? And while you can't just send a single player, what if IQ lose that gunfight? Because then you have one less player on your attacking roster, and you have the pulse below that's going to take you down with a C4. So they pushed 2 people on the bomb side trying to take down the side players. They had 2 people downstairs trying to take apart the pulse, leaving only 1 person holding top 4 flank. And all Kenot Trope had to do was win one of those 3 areas. If Pulse survives basement, he denies the plant. If they survive top floor, they also deny the plant vertically. If they survive on the bomb side, they will keep side control, and the other 2 areas of the sandwich aren't even needed. So, KN, because they put so many different things in different areas of the map, they increase their own odds of being successful, essentially, because they don't need the whole map, but Crest they do. So it's genius, really. And I'm a little bit surprised that we've not seen more shield play from Crest. I don't know if they don't like that particular operator. We didn't see it yesterday. We haven't really seen it today. In fact, we have not seen it from them. It was KN playing the Blitz earlier. Sure, Monty's banned. Monty's by far the better, shield operator attack on Consulate, in my opinion. But still, I feel like Crest's playstyle could really work around the Blitz.
Yeah. It's Kenot Trope have brought both shields on attack and defense, right? The Blitz and the Clash to mixed success. Okamesh in particular loves his Clash, especially because you can just become a normal operator with a gun, and a pretty decent one at that with the SMG, if you wish to do so. It comes down to Crest now. To such a start to their attack. Can they get the job done? Drone goes ahead. Choppy shoots out the Pest from Mozzie, but he's still got to find the Mozzie himself. And there you go, the notification comes out. And now forcing the players to retreat. It looks like the defenders have retreated all the way back down on the back of the Dokkaebi call as well. Lewis just face-checking a few extra angles as well before getting to work on this vertical play above the bomb site.
Pace-wise, 145, top floor full control, doing self-destruction. I think this is... I was gonna say it's pretty okay, but C4 from downtown Yukiz, not a pulse this time, but a Mozzie, finds out a pick on Buck. That is a crucial operator death right there. Because there's no sledge, because there is no ram, there is no backup proper self-destruction. Sure, DMR Dokkaebi, Grim secondary shotgun can do a little bit of self-destruction with the A soft breaches, but this has bought them a sort of 30 seconds on the clock because it's that much slower than the Buck operator doing that same thing.
And we're seeing the power of this setup from Kenot Trope. The Mutant and the Mozzie together, and now a flank.
Oh no.
So much of Crest's attention has been focusing up on this ground floor. But they haven't realized Okamesh, the top fragger, has snuck down below. He misses his shots. You can't be affording to do that with the SMG-11. He has to reload. He gets swung from multiple angles. Can he at least find a kill? That's a huge fumble from Okamesh. Unfortunate.
He knows.
You just gotta you gotta laugh while you cry. That was a huge fumble, and Crest do have a way back into this.
I mean, if he gets the kill on Ace there, that might be basically round confirmed. Instead, now it's definitely back to like a 50-50, but time is still low. They've got their self-destruction done pretty well, actually, at this point in the round. I believe the main wall also opened up by Ace earlier, so they should have a Paladin of Entry here.
Oh!
Now for a second flank, he's good for at least one.
Yeah, it's a huge flank, a huge long angle, and Carwell's gone for a flank as well, and he has been punished. So Crest actually have a really good read on these players flanking, and there are so many of them as well. It's going to force a flood into side, but with time ticking away, advantage is still on the defense. Kenot Trope look to lock it out. It's all up to Eclair, and he will find one kill before being taken on down. Okamesh is kicking himself laughing, but finally Kenot Trope have found the match point they were looking for.
And I think this is actually a very important lesson here if you're watching Okamesh the moment that he messed up. When he dropped the hatch and missed the bullets on Ace and he had to reload and like he ran away, he was laughing before he even died. And I think it just speaks to the mindset here from KN, right? Yesterday, they looked scared, they weren't making plays, and I think they were being very hard on themselves every time they died. Now, they're laughing when they're making massive blunders individually, and they're keeping high spirits because look at the round score. Win or lose that round, they have a fighting chance, and they are indeed fighting back every single time. And they force Crest on the back foot now after just brawling it out these last couple of rounds, and now forcing their tactical timeout, their only parachute, and they're doing it down on match point 5-6. At worst, you get 1 point if you can. Now you're on the board for this season, for the stage, but for Crest, they want to try and force this to go all the way.
I wonder what's been going on in the Crest tactical timeout as well. And we talked about support staff changes. These guys actually have a new coach as well. Bruce's, formerly of Bleed, during their rise to power. The Chinese coach, he's joined this Japanese roster. I wonder what was said during that tactical timeout. I wonder what needed to be said. Because Crest did so many things right, Nick. Like, yeah, they were very slow on this roam clear, but they actually had a really good read on those flanks.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to be in the head of the coach, I would totally play the angle that is how the game is being played strategically. Because gun skill-wise, I actually think Crest are the better players. I think, mechanically speaking, at least more often than not, same story. They're more flashy, they're more clutch in that situation. They steal a lot of rounds with those kind of really high-performance moments. But strategically, they're getting outplayed massively by Kenot Trope. I've been looking at their Operator repick right now for the potential final round here, and they started with like your typical, the Ash kind of finger, good guns, whatever, and they went to a lot more utility. Capital, Ying, Flores, Gridlock. I'm not sure what happens with Gridlock in Japan, but the pick rate is so much higher than any other region I've seen before. And yeah, you get nades, soft destruction, some anti-flank utility. I'm not saying it's a bad operator. I'm just saying it's surprising is all. But I like this small kind of fundamental change, saying, okay, if they bring the Clash, maybe bring the Capital. Also, the Capital can clear out Soda Machine, top Spiral. So instead of brute forcing gunfights, Crest actually have power operators this time.
Very execute focused. Oh, unfortunate.
Oh,
Okamesh, but yeah, it has been jammed out. So that won't be taken down unless the jammer is destroyed. Okamesh on the Clash is always a scary sight. Hopefully he'll hit more shots. He's been really good this whole game up until last round, and then that little potato onto the drone. But as you've identified, like CGL clearly have something specific in mind, and it's right on the back of their tactical timeout. They bring the Capitao Ying Gridlock combo, and like these are operators that you're typically using for some kind of set piece execute. Akali finds the opening kill onto Mawu. A big player to go down, and an early advantage for the attack.
It is the Melusi though. All that util hopefully plays down already, and at least it should have been. So, that'll still work from the grave. Not the... I mean, actually, honestly, probably the best case scenario player to lose. And also, I think it's why Mao is playing aggressive, right? Last time they played CO defense, same story. He was inside of admin office, died early, also as Melusi. The real thing here is how they play around Okamesh on the Clash. If he can either enable himself or his teammates around him to re-aggress or hold off this execute. But the issue is, because the Ying, because the Capital, it's gonna be a lot different than previously. If Clash overstays, he might die. Oh, he killed the Clash, what? Or he killed the Capital, rather.
Yeah, and that's a huge player to kill. The main player that's going to counter the clash is the one taken down. Don't get over aggressive here, Akayu. He does peek for information. He sees that player. And now Crest are looking a little bit stunted out with another pick going against them. It is all up to Eclair in a 1 versus 4. Walking dead into a crossfire. He takes Carwow's head clean off. There is a Herculean task ahead, especially with the clash staring him down. Insult added to injury. Crest gave it a damn good shot. But Kenot Trope, they steeled their nerve through that first half. They made a huge comeback at the end. And they managed to lock in a full 3 points redemption for their loss yesterday.
Proud of the boys, mentally speaking. Seeing them yesterday being scared, not making plays, to today, just 24 hours later, being the play seekers and actually trying to control the pace more often than not, that takes a lot of mental strength as a team. They pulled that off very successfully.
A big win for Kenot Trope and revenge for last stage. It was a 7-8 loss that they had to Crest in stage 1. This time they get all 3 points and they'll be very happy about that. These guys were snubbed of a major spot after playing 99 rounds in a row in stage 1 to try and quest themselves towards that spot, and they're looking okay at giving it a go for stage 2. Of course, in the Japan region, we have 2 spots up for grabs, and these teams will continue fighting. We are only in Playday 2, and of course, we'll break down more of that game after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. What a tight game we have had, but there could only be one winner, right, Nick? And in this case, well, it was Kenot Trope. They took a win 7-5 on the comeback. It was impressive to witness here on Consulate. Definitely I guess coming back in many ways from yesterday's loss. The Scars recovering, grabbing all 3 possible points, but it was incredibly close, James.
Yeah, it was a really close game, and I was pretty much convinced in the first half. It looked like Crest really had it in the first couple of rounds. Kenot Trope managed to steal back and even up the half 3-3, but even then Crest moved on to the attack and they just looked like the better team. They won the first 2 rounds, and Kenot Trope a reasonably clean finish. I mean, the rounds weren't necessarily all clean, but 4 in a row to finish the game, and overall, yeah, really solid from them. I was a little bit worried. This is one of my favorite teams in the region. They didn't quite look like the old Kenot Trope. The playstyle had changed a lot. I was really scared for them, but they locked it in.
I know you say that their playstyle has changed, but I actually really enjoyed watching just how different these 2 teams played, because they played the same bomb sites, but very different operators on the defense. On the attack, they also attacked from different areas of the map. One team had rushed, one team wouldn't, for example, with blitzing, etc. So I just enjoyed the differences of what we saw from one single matchup.
That's a very interesting way of putting things here. I'm hoping that we get another Consulate today, just for the fact that we can even
get me off Consulate.
Look, man, I'm not the one. I'm not the one doing it. But yesterday, I mean, even I had to cast that Exist Enterforce game, at least the second half of it, and the gameplay was definitely very different than what we even saw today. So, honestly, this is what I love about Siege: is that yes, it seems like sites are just figured out, but every team has their own way, every region has their own way and minute differences. And hey, when you have a player like Okomesh also showing up, plus 10 differential, 83% on the cost, this man's picking up to get the team back in shape.
Yeah, despite having one huge whiff moment, I really like the way you said it, Nick. Like, he didn't care. Like, he was just laughing. And that attitude change, like that mentality, is just of huge value. You really can't underestimate how much value it brings to your team to just have that positive mindset even when you're losing.
Yeah. It's so true. Like, there's nothing worse than, like, he makes that mistake, he starts, like, sighing, like, oh my god, you know, in the voice communication, while the round is still playing out, 4 versus 4, by the way, at that point. He starts laughing about saying, guys, don't worry about it, you got it, you know, I made a mistake, don't worry, like, next, like, you got this one, I get the next one, who, like, doesn't matter. And then he did that, right? His team won the round without him. Then the final round comes up, he plays the Clash again, he gets the opening pick onto Capital right before execute, and puts himself and his team into a great win position.
We stand players who are very communicative. We like communication in general. I think that's something that we especially as talent, absolutely adore. But even more so when it has to do with players and how they are, especially when that communication is not just, you know, you screaming at your monitor every time something goes wrong.
I really think he should have just slammed his desk when he died there, and then muted in voice chat. Like,
some of those nights, they're kind of like that. You know how it is, James. But you know, I want to bring up your your morale after this one, because I want to take a look at the predictions one more time.
Yo, boy.
You know, Crest, one thing, Kenot Trope the other, but Kenot Trope, the other thing that they are is the winners of this game, right?
Yeah, Nick makes me the loser.
Well, we're tied at the moment, Nick, but we're beating both Milosh and Production, and so this next game is actually the tiebreaker. So if Exist win, then I'll go ahead. If Vite win, then you'll go ahead. So
Vite's winning that one, okay? I had no doubt in my mind.
Listen to this guy. He does 1.5 days of Japan League. He thinks he knows this region. I was born
James.
into it.
Hey, you were sweating the first half, James, okay? You saw Kenot Trope losing, you're like, oh man, I made a mistake over here. But you were right in the end. I was right in the beginning. That's like 50-50 in the middle, I feel like.
Yeah, you know what? We'll leave it at that. It's 67% to 67%. We'll get to see more of that and, well, a bit more because we have passed the halfway point. Exist versus Vite right after the break.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Tulips in it. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Japan League. Exist versus Vitae continues. Game number 3 for today. We'll see who is the better Discord kitten out of this matchup. I'm very excited to get this one on the road because I know that Vitae is going to win, and I'm very much sure of it. Yeah, we got an opinion and a recognized real one from, I guess, my co-host at this point, Marta and Pengu. Gentlemen, we've gone through 2 games, and gotta say there were some stories to be told there, but there's a story of Vitae and them being back in the top 3 that could continue today. Start with them.
Vitae, they were pretty gnarly yesterday. They took down CHE, which we also saw them do in Stage 1. They really failed out quite disappointingly in playoffs and obviously failed to qualify for the major, failed to qualify for EWC. Now they're back for Stage 2. These guys, like, in Stage 1, they were legit nobodies. Everyone was like, who even is this? And then, bang, they made a huge statement beating some of the top teams. But, of course, we haven't seen them be able to do so in the really high-stakes matches that qualify them for the international events. But yesterday they started with strong form. Today, I don't think this is going to be as easy a game for them as you guys seem to think. Exist are a really strong team. And you can see, looking at previous results, there are some big wins here, but also some pretty notable losses, like losing, for example, in the EWC quals, they lost to a team called Dopeness, which is that logo that looks a little bit like the Ubisoft logo. They also lost to Exist, who they're playing today.
Sure.
I mean, it is true that, I mean, these guys are not world beaters, and I do think they'll struggle maybe in best of 3s at like really, really high stakes games, and they're probably maybe possibly not going to make international waves right now. But I do like how they're playing the game strategically in the server. My big question about Fall yesterday was, how many maps can they actually play at that level? Because they played Bang, they did a really great job of showing us a different style of seats than other teams from Japan. But can it do it on 5 maps? Can it do it on 2 maps? How deep does their pool and prep work go? Because that's going to be their limiting factor for this stage.
Well, let's take a look at their opponents here before we take a look at their history against one another. You've spotted 1 here, but what happens to Exist? Yesterday, they thought that they had control, they had locked in their game. Unfortunately, they had to replay it, even though they were playing against a roster that was not complete. They still won out the game, but that was in max OT, and they lost on 1 of the 3 points. Then they would have had Nick.
it's a bit of a hustling game that happened yesterday between Exist and Enterforce. It struck me just as both teams are warming up to things, wasn't entirely sure what they wanted to accomplish in the server, and they were both having the same exact issue. They would actually get map control and attack very quickly, but they would both fall to flanks from defense over and over again. So I think, just like I said earlier from Enterforce, I think it's pretty easy things to fix here, just like the very simple core fundamentals. You tighten up on those areas, and I think already with that, you'll get a much better score result and performance out of them.
Yes, I agree. I like Exist.
Thank you,
Good.
James.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
I'm a bit of an Exist simp. Like, these guys have been around for a really long time now. And, you know, a year and a half ago, they were like the bottom team, more or less. And then they gradually put themselves in that conversation. They were kind of neck and neck with Crest for a really long time to be the teams trying to break into the top echelon from the mid-pack. And they still kind of unfortunately have failed to do that. Crest obviously had their appearance at the Major last year in Atlanta, and Exist is still fighting for their chance, despite having some pretty significant wins in recent history. It's a little bit disappointing to see that these guys haven't had their chance to be classified as one of the very top teams. But going up against Vitae, this is where they just need to be racking up as many points as possible and hope that they end up in the top 2 so they get the advantage moving into playoffs.
Well, let's take a look at that head-to-head history that we mentioned briefly. There's quite a bit of it over the past year. In Japan League Stage 1, Exist 7-5. Again, they went to playoffs, and Exist were victorious. And LCQs, well, that was a reverse there, but a relatively close game on Banks. Still a best of 1, you know, in the grand scheme of things. Kind of a different scale. And then Exist brought it back again in the Esports World Cup qualifiers. James, this is back and forth in some ways, but Exist look to hold it.
They do. What I find really interesting is, have a look, this is 7 different maps that these teams have actually played each other on in the last 6 months. Isn't that incredible? 7 different maps. So it's incredibly highly likely that today we will play on one of these 7 maps. Obviously it can't be Oregon, so perhaps one of these 6 maps. But I would love to see something really shaken up. I think, as you identified, Pengu, like, you probably don't want to be taking Vitae to bank. Not only have they previously beaten Exist on it, but they're on really good form, having beat CHE yesterday, and I don't know whether Exist will try and go back to Consulate, where they have already beaten VT on, however struggled a little bit against Enterforce yesterday. I'm biased, I just want to spice things up. I would love to see Lair.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I wouldn't even think about Lair, actually. Hold up.
We'd all love that. Just some variety.
Well,
the new map.
I don't want to see Cafe, and that's one of the other maps that could be interesting because they haven't played each other, but I just hate Cafe, so I don't want to see that. Also, Vitae are really good at Cafe, so that would be really bad for my predictions.
Then Cafe we shall go.
Okay, just like that, yeah.
That's how it works. The casters decide everything, right? Let's compare. We can decide on this. Let's compare a player from each one of these 2 teams, Jen and Acerola. Nick, do you see any... I guess, middle ground between these 2? Are there more differences than there are commonalities?
I mean, they're both fragging it out, right? That's the big thing here. But the entry differences is a big aspect for these 2 teams. Jane, while finding a lot of kills, didn't actually succeed in the entries. That means he was popping off in the middle to late round, whereas Acerola was present out the entire thing. But you know me, I'm not a fragger in the server. I'm a numbers guy. I'm all about the cost. Kills, objectives, survival, and trade. In other words, I kind of call it consistency. The higher the cost, the more average impact you get on a given round across the board. So 80 versus 60, obviously Jin clears. He had more impact across the board consistently than Acerola. Therefore, he's my pick for this one.
Yeah, just holistically looking at the teams in general, since you mentioned the entry stat, both of these teams are decent on entry, but if you look at just the stats from yesterday, Vitae won half of their entry engagements, whereas Exist won 60%. So we would typically look at Exist to be a bit of a favorite team, and this is actually shown in that graphic there with the entry stat line. I would always look at Exist to be like, just overall like a more well-rounded team. But the thing for Vitae is just that they're in such strong form right now. And so my question is, which Vitae is going to show up? The Vitae that bailed out of playoffs last stage, or the Vitae that knows how to fire up and is looking really confident that we saw yesterday?
That's a very good point that you raised. You know, obviously in Playday number 2, there's not much that we can kind of go off of, that is brand new, that you can rely on as consistent data, right? It's not just that the data is too long ago, it's just there's not much of it in recent times, and you never know which team you're going to get, especially with Vitae. And the hope is, at least looking at myself, but maybe also for Pengu here, that that would be the Vitae that shows up today, and that's the one that we're believing it. But Exist on the other side have proven time and time again, as we saw with the timeline between the two, that they can take down Vitae like just any other team, clearly.
It's true. I hate that when a team just kind of grows on you for no reason, but Vitae is that team for me. I saw them yesterday, I'm like, you know what, I want these guys to go all the way. I mean, if they make a major, they might bump up because they lack experience, but I want to get that experience because I think they have the right tools available. But I want to see where the maps go. Personally, before we get there, I was hoping for a Labs and or a Clubhouse, personally. Clubhouse is gone, Labs is still in there.
Where is the bank ban, though, from Exist? That's what I really want to see. Exist really shouldn't be letting Vitae go to bank. It's such a good map for them. And Exist are pretty mixed on bank. There comes the ban from Vitae, surprisingly. So you thought that perhaps this is a map where they might struggle, or they might want to play it like it probably would be one of their top maps, and perhaps a weakness would be that it's one of their only top maps, but not the case. It's actually Vitae that gets rid of it. Yeah, I don't know. Border is still in.
Labs is still in?
Labs? I would actually love to cast
Labs?
Yes!
Oh, yes!
Awesome.
I like this. That was the first map that came to my mind, because I'm thinking about maps you can structure similar to Bank, where it's about the setup and utility. Clubhouse, Bank, and Labs, I think, play in a quote-unquote somewhat similar area where you can apply that same science. So I really think this makes sense from a logical outside perspectives from Vitae to go here.
Yeah, this is a really cool prospect here. Not only is this Exist's most banned map in the last 6 months, but the one time they have played it, it was actually against Vitae. It was a banging 8-7 for Exist in the EWC quals. And that was about a month and a half ago, a little bit less than. So this is quite a fresh map for both of these teams. Exist haven't historically played it very much. They've obviously banned it a lot. And Vitae, on the other hand, have actually been playing this for quite some time. It was where they beat CAG in Stage 1. They then ended up losing it to Kenot Trope and, of course, to Exist. So I think this is a great opportunity for Vitae to prove to us that they have been preparing for this map, that they have been figuring out what perhaps went wrong in Stage 1. And it's a test whether Exist are actually wanting to introduce this into their map pool now.
I mean, you're going to have to dive deep into your map pool. Anyways, you're going to have to learn. You can't just keep relying, all reliable, hey, we can't play Oregon anymore. You gotta be flexible. You gotta learn new stuff. And Labs, still relatively new, obviously not as clean and new as a layer, but still a lot to be figured out as the meta shifts and decides where it wants to be on Labs. However, our game is ready to go. Our map pick was correct by Pengu, so let's see how it goes. Even the audience is fairly split on the matter here. Okay. So Vitae and Exist, Def Marta, Pengu, take it away.
Thank you very much. 56%, Nick. It seems like the community is agreeing with you on this one, but it's very close.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good thing, because it speaks to, okay, people like what they saw yesterday, as did I from Vitae, but people also aren't counting out Exist just simply because of that. I think it's just like a fan-based split-up where you like a certain team, you believe in them, but they both have what it takes. It comes down to execution in the server, the performance on a given day. Nighthaven Lab, Vitae on defense, Exist on the attacking side, Operative Events coming out, and to no surprise to anybody, Monty will yet again not survive the Operative Ban phase as he is removed first from action. Second is Dokubi, so very, very big right now on the overall meta operators, more so than those nitty-gritty counter picks where, okay, maybe this team will play Twitch for like 2 rounds, let's ban the Twitch. No, this is just like the overall, these are strong operators, they're gonna get removed, we want to play the game without them.
We saw CAG ban the Dokubi yesterday against Vitae, so perhaps Vitae in particular like that Dokubi. Perhaps these teams know it, they want to get rid of it early. And Vitae themselves banned the Monty yesterday, so it's a favorite of theirs. On the defense, what are they going to get rid of? Mira. Okay, so yeah, nothing too crazy here. A lot of fun operators still left in. I really like what I've seen with Azami on this map recently, using her quite aggressively And I'm curious to see how Vitae look to interpret these defenses, especially as they are starting on this top floor. A lot of that initial battle comes about the IT breach. And I think it was in EU we saw Azamis roaming down below in storage to try and protect the vertical play against that IT breach.
Very surprised that Vitae actually opted for the mirror ban, because in my mind, when I think about yesterday, it was their mirror on Bang that really helped them shape up their defenses. And I was always thinking to myself, that's what I would apply to Clubhouse or Labs if that's where they end up going. Mirror being banned out is like, okay, maybe they have actually been cooking more than just one way of playing the game, or just generally they know how to deal with many different kinds of operators on the defensive setups. Just like I also think their map pool might be a bit bigger than I actually anticipated at first. Not Even Lab is a map that I want to say most teams can play it these days. I think a lot of pro teams are very open to learning it, at least in the regions that I worked last stage, like Brazil and North America, and I know in Europe as well. Do you recall from like your experience, Dev, has that also happened across like the majority of APAC? Like, was Night Heaven Labs actually well liked and picked up by most teams?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams did. In particular, like the Japan region, they tend to like love getting onto new things. I don't necessarily have stats to back that up.
But just a feeling, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is a feeling. Like we were actually talking about during the break, Pengu, like this region, APAC and specifically Japan, are kind of known for picking up new ideas, and then when they go to international events, maybe they don't work, but other regions will look at them and be like, actually, you know, Ying Shotgun's not a bad idea. Maybe we can make that work, or maybe we can adopt this strategy and bring it into our playstyle. So, particularly the Japanese region, they love trying new things.
I'm a huge enjoyer of that myself as well. I just think like if you're the first to innovate, you can really shape the game and be the first ones to, you know, control that and be good at it. We'll start here from Exist. Breach opened up, EMP, exothermic charge. Now looking towards like Garage portion of the map. Usually teams will get the main IT breach as has been done already, then rotate over and get that connector area as well across the other portion of the map. But for Exist actually, it's a bit of a downstairs focus, clear out some roamers, gain a bit of map control, maybe apply a bit of verticality, and this is where Deimos really comes into action. He is so strong on this map due to the way the beams in the floor they go from north to south.
Yeah, but it is actually Lily who goes down first, the IQ. Last saw him down below, and indeed that is where he goes down. The roamer's looking to re-aggress downstairs, it seems. For now, Vitae can sit pretty safely in their positions. They're not being forced out as of yet, and I wonder what Exist intend to do to try and force them out. It's the Azami of Duo who's now getting stunned. He's trying to protect himself, but he does get pushed by Salty. Great work from the Deimos. Got the information and got the pinch.
As Catwalk control surrendered, they reinforced the wall actually is the middle of the round, so they've given up Catwalk pretty willingly. Perhaps Duo didn't have to die, but to be fair, with the breach being opened up and bottom garage can control the attackers, no real way out of that position. So a 4v4, Deimos, of course, can always be a bit of a difference maker here in isolating those fights, and with such a great pistol in hand as well, can easily turn the tides of a gunfight very quickly. See the Aqua presence, going kind of the popped at about 40 seconds left, so it's going to be a very late round execute here for round number 1.
Oh, good trade though. Smiling Cat does find his pick as he goes down and does get traded now. Didn't expect someone to be behind him because of that Vulcan fire. However, Salty was able to aggress from the blue stairs itself. And now Exist can collapse. Yeah, this is up to the defense to try and prevent the onslaught. There is a player hiding indeed. 1 in the A bomb site, 2 in the B bomb site, and Marvi gets taken down as Mira has up and taken him out. Toa Sung to finish it off, and Vitae, great job. Particularly from Mira, as you call it, hiding beneath the desk and waiting for the opportune moment to spring up and prevent that push from Exist.
And I actually like how both teams approached the very first round. I don't think that Vitae, they like ran away with that one. It was like a free one, anything like that. I think Exist did a great job in the early stage of the round, getting that kill on the Deimos and Catwalk, clearing out the breaches, no problem whatsoever. But it comes down to the small things like Smiling Cat getting a nasty one-tap towards Catwalk Rafters. Because the thing about Night Haven Labs, there's a lot of ways to deal with that top floor bomb site. Typically attackers, they don't want to force in 5 people garage. There's not that much real estate to work with there. So you go maybe 2 guys garage, 1 guy IT breach, and 2 guys aqua. That's more or less what Exist did, except they only had 4 attackers alive, so they didn't have, 5 bodies to work with. And they did the right thing, but individually speaking, gunfights-wise, decision-making-wise, VT, of course, being the defending team as well, had that slight advantage. Starting top floor, very common. Then you go all the way downstairs to basement. Nothing out of the norm here. So the big question, like a lot of other maps, I think comes down to tertiary bomb site. Kitchen does get seen a little bit of play. It's notably more common in Brazil than any other region, but stock, where most teams go for the tertiary, I actually think is an excellent bomb site. It plays a bit like border, ventilation, verticality from above, etc. So I'm curious to see what kind of playstyle VT can actually bring there, because I think that plays very much into their strength as a team. But before I get ahead of myself, we gotta deal with basement first, right? It's gonna be a setup downstairs, soft thrown upstairs, thorn shotgun with this C set secondary. I don't like that. But hey, I'll happily take a good surprise here.
What, you just don't like the C75?
I really don't. It gives me Canadian white stare survives, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Some players really swear by that gun, but for me, it's the iron sights. I just cannot do it.
Yes.
Put a scope on that thing, and I could definitely feel it. There's actually a bit of a roam here on the top floor. You call it a soft roam, but Duo's about to get spotted out here. SMG-11 in hand. He's feeling pressure now, but he does fall on back. So that is the softness of this roam. It's a shoot drone. Put some presence up there, and then fall back.
That's exactly it. The soft roam basically means that they're not fighting for their lives on the roam. If that was a hard roam, that hatch is either reinforced or, of course, he's playing in a different position where you're playing for your life. The soft roam is all about playing the layers. You start top floor, shoot a drone. If you're really good, you get a kill. You fall back to the primary floor. Then you do the same thing there. Then you fall back towards the basement bomb site. And basically you're playing down the time, playing down the drones, and maybe getting some pressure applied here. But instead, this time, Acerola onto Duo, removing the mute from action. Not the biggest loss, given that Smoke is a much more high impact value operator, but Smoke is turtling on the side. That's why he's not dead yet, basically, instead. So, this is really good for Exist, though. They buy the numbers advantage, got a ton of utility to work with. All they gotta do now is lock down all the flanks. Oh, and maybe just double check if the entire map is clear, because there is still a bit of a soft roam on Kitchen.
There's also a player that's just made their way up cargo stairs and gone back down again. So I think that is the smoke of Mira. Now with that hatch open, and this vert, it's pretty much impossible to re-aggress from that position. Now Exist, the doe could be banned out by them. So they brought the Jackal instead and was successful clearing that room. I'm liking this. All very organized so far from Exist, but as time ticks away and there still are a couple of very patient roamers just near the bomb site, they could find themselves in a world of hurt in the late round. However, Jing does go down and seemingly they are very cautious of these roamers.
They got the flank being watched. They show a little bit of good entry. Mavi again, they just pick them apart. Mira's got to step up big in the bomb side.
Yeah, this is the execute. Mira has gone down from Acerola. What a round to kick things off here for Exist. It's all up to Toa-sung. He's been spotted. He's been shut down. A huge attack there from Exist and a very swift reply after losing the opening round.
Very clean roam clear. I mean, that's where a lot of teams, they kind of falter on this map is they can't take the entirety of it, but Exist are smart. They only took the portions that they actually needed and simply just held the flanks with like 5 different flank drones. And I don't know which player it was that we were spectating, but he was flicking through all the cameras extremely quickly, watching everything. So while that was happening, Acerola got the first pick here. Then he found a second in the side as well. And the issue that happened for Vitae is they lost so many players in the bomb side, the flankers had to aggress at like quote-unquote the wrong time. Ideally you flank while the execute is happening or right before, so that you disrupt the entire flow of the attackers. But if the side is falling apart way ahead of schedule, you have to now push up your timeline of when you're going for a flank. They flanked so early that the flank watchers still had their guns up worrying about them, when they should have waited for the prime opportunity when those flankers become side pushers. So it's always hard when you're playing this kind of drag and pull kind of game. If the side falls apart, the roamers suffer, but if the roamers dies, the side suffers. It really is a symbiotic relationship between the two worlds.
Yeah, and Vitae didn't quite strike that balance. Exist just had a good read that round. But you know what, Penguin? Yes. We get to see exactly what you wanted, which is this storage and cargo bomb style control room and storage, I think is the technical name. What do you think of this setup? Like, often you'll have roamers above and roamers below with lots of options for denying plan.
Yeah, I think they're doing a pretty good job here. They got strike and balance. They got util and like the Castle and the Valkyrie for basically shaping the map and where they have the intel. And they have different win conditions. Post below can deny the plant, solids above can deny the plant. And this reminds me of Kenot Trope on Consulate when they are playing Piano Bomb side, where they're playing that sandwich, all 3 floors being played, the bomb side of course being in the middle. That's where the meat is. And it's gonna force the problem-solving skills here from Exist to really be tested, because if they can't clear this quote-unquote correctly, they're only gonna have one way to win. That's through brute-forcing gunfights and hitting good shots, but that shouldn't be how you win this round. It should be strategically, because you're up against 2 C4s, you're up against a bunch of information, and they've done a good job already in the attacker repick phase. They got IQ and Twitch, which both do a really good job at dealing with those kinds of operators that we see on defense right now. So step 1 is done, but can they find success here in step 2 in the mid-round?
Good info here from the Solus on that drone. He knows the player's about to peek him. Step 2 in the mid-round for Exist is to clear some of these roamers, push them back, take them down. And so far, it's proving quite difficult to do so. The drones have gone forward. Exist are very patient here, and I like that.
And they're trying to see if they can get the right intel or force an error there from the movement side of Vitae, rather. They get the intel time and time again, but these long lengths of sight could favor the castle of Duo.
Oof. Shots exchanged both directions. He does fall back. It looked like he was winning that gunfight, but you never know. And now the attackers have actually flooded deep into the top floor and cut him out completely. Will they continue to aggress, or will they hold their position? Because it looks like Vitae have made a bit of a smart move here just by falling back and playing passively. It's up to Exist now to capitalize.
I really want to see somebody help Jin downstairs in the basement on post, because he has to worry about where their plant is going down, not getting flanked from an attacker. And now Exist, they got top floor, they gotta break apart all the self-destruction, drone the side itself, establish a plant. They must have had a camera there, because that's a pre-fire onto Mira. And again, that's gonna be the side kind of slowly falling apart. The only real win condition now is gonna be Jin with post downstairs with a single C4 in pocket.
Yeah, so there's no way that Vitae can deny plant from above. They have to deny it from below with that pulse. But guess what? Lily is so close to being able to drop down there and contest.
Yep.
And so he does. He tries to cover it with the sound of the DMR. When the pulse is distracted, the pulse is trying to cover his flank, but he can't do so. Well, he's distracted with the plants. Now Vitae must look for a retake here. The plant does go down, but Marvi also. Duo is in a good position, but it might not be enough. He does need more frags. He needs his teammates to come and support in the top floor. Toasung and Smiling Cat have been worth their weight in gold. The numbers have flipped in favor of Vitae on for this retake. However, this plant position is going to be so hard to counter defuse with Sifty out here. He needs his teammate to cover him from the breach so he can swing and prevent this counter defuse. There's no information. Both of these attackers so far outside. There are no second chances for Vitae. One kill goes out. It's all up to Lily to cover it now. The one, the double, and the round is over. Nothing Toasung can do. Where on earth is he? All the way in the basement. No time to defuse. A big cover from Lily in the post plant. And Exist breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh, and the exact thing that I was worrying about actually ended up happening. The post was so worried about the plant going down, he couldn't watch his flank. And there was no one who came downstairs from Vitae to actually cover that portion. There's one thing Post could have done differently. Barricade off all the doors that you don't really care about, but that also has a downside. If you were getting pushed early in the round for the roam clear, you can't run away. That's the issue. But they cleared top floor, so barricading all the doors downstairs would have given him the heads up that, hey, somebody's chasing you downstairs. And Twitch DMR has quote-unquote limited bullet capacity, 21 guns in that DMR, doesn't get you all that far. You're spraying down 2-3 barricades, for example. At the very tail end right here, Flo had a castle barricade in pocket. When he gets that first pick outside, I actually do believe there was time for him to castle off the window and enable the counter defuse that way. And he didn't have it in the beginning, so one of his teammates, probably Solus downstairs, at some point ripped down the castle, because that's how it works. If you put up your all 4 castle barricades, and the teammate holds F to rip it down, you get it back in your inventory to relocate it. If you punch it out, or an attacker destroys it, you C4 it, it just like disappears. You don't get any return there. But by ripping it down, you actually get it back in pocket for reuse.
That would have been like such a stylish way to win that round as well.
And they could have done it. That's the thing, they could have. But they thought he was below, so Castle gets the kill outside, looks below instead. But if you think about it, they should have known where Twitch was because Solus got shot by Twitch only about 10 seconds earlier in the round. So
the Twitch killed the Pulse, right? So they must have just read, oh,
yeah,
Twitch
exactly.
is the last one left. He's the one that killed the Pulse. He's got to be downstairs still. They didn't expect him.
Must have been the assumption. So unlucky. Would have been a really, really cool way to win the round. They did their best, and it was very, very close at that. And I think the bigger issue is actually the Pulse situation because he had the read, he had the C4, but he died right before he get to use it. Uh-oh. Do you dare go for this? Because the C4 is primed and ready. Maverick triggering is difficult at times.
He's trying to check for it. But I think it's duo with the C4 there is just such a safe position. Unlikely to be found out. Goes for a little bit more, but it's not even really thorough there. That Maverick torch, I think, has made a bit of a Picasso of the wall. Meanwhile, the team has made progress here on Connector, which is nice progress. Exist are already in the advantage here on Nighthaven as they look for their third attack. Vitae need to be ultra careful.
And I like this. Maverick is completely alone, and he's slowly getting the job done. And that's fine. If you rush your stat and dies to a C4, the entire round kind of falls on its head rather for Exist, because they need pressure from multiple areas, like we mentioned earlier. So the fact that you're doing a slow job, but a good job, is all you need to be doing. He has vetoes in towards Catwalk. He can shut down that portion of the map, just cutting off the rotation, basically. The real push is Connector right here. That was even Exist. They got 2 players advancing pretty quickly. But I think the walls tonight with root jammers. Oh, that's a great shot. Hello?
That's genius. The way that the nade goes in and immediately the peak, pre-firing above the shield. Very nice there from Exist, and it's got them an advantage. Even though they have struggled to breach open this wall onto site, thanks to the Bandit's presence, ready to trick that wall, ready to juggle as any EMPs could come out. Acerola's found another one. He is on fire today, and Marvi taking out Mira makes this an almost impossible task for Vitae. Doesn't matter if these walls are locked in, the numbers are so heavily in favor of the attack. Duo needs to get aggressive, but if he finds this, it could be huge. Never mind, another flawless round as Acerola is good for a third. And with that, Exist are looking untouchable here on Nighthaven. They're up 3-1.
I guess it's going to be a bit of a frustrating feeling from Vitae, because strategically they're actually doing pretty good, right? They stopped the attackers from opening up the side walls for direct access, a deployable shield with a plate behind it inside a connector, and things are looking really good. But then Acerola just storms in there and gets 2 picks out of seemingly nowhere, and that's all you really need on attack is numbers advantage, because we saw it in the very final stages. They had 2 people Aqua, 1 guy main breach, and then 2 people working connector. So they're attacking from the 3 most crucial areas of the map in a 5 versus 3, and they have good, intel to work with it too. They had, Shifty outside the breach rather, just droning for the most of that round on Maverick, just doing a really good job. And it's those kinds of small things that goes unnoticed. He sat outside, Maverick the Lion droned, Maverick the bit more droned, held the angle for a good while, then starts droning again. And Safety gets so much value throughout the entirety of the round, and it might not be shown anywhere. It doesn't go into his cost necessarily, doesn't go into his KD ratio. He's 2-2-2, he's perfectly even right now, but he had arguably as big of an impact in a different way of the game than Acerola with those 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah, wow. Very nice to hear some love for the support players, Nick.
They deserve some love sometimes.
They do. Sometimes. Not all the time.
No, because then they get an ego and they think they're too good, and all that kind of stuff.
Support. So yeah, I see.
Yeah, it's like, know your place. Like, you're good at this, but know your place anyway.
Love
it's a bit like that. I mean, my job as a former player was to tell the support, Goga in that case, where to plant. It was my job to cover him. But Goga had to hold F and believe in his team to cover, right? And that's just as hard because we see so many players start planting and they hop off it. And they get told, stake it, I got you. And they go, oh my god, I'm not sure if you actually do have me. Salty had the angle covered. Duo gets the kill regardless. And this is Vitae, I think, kind of shifting up their approach, playing more aggressive, trusting in each other, and not feeling like they're getting shut down too hard here by Exist in their own clear.
I think they might have to play aggressively here. Oh, almost costs them a life. But Exist, they're very organized. And when they have a plan, when they execute it, it seems to work so well. So Vitae try and throw a spanner in the works, but Acerola is farming today. 9 kills in just 5 rounds. No one can come close to him. More re-roamers now from Vitae, but this will have to be a massive flank. And with Acerola on such a roll, I don't think anyone can touch him.
I don't know what they're going to do about this Acerola guy, because right now, no one can shut him down, nobody can match him, and he is just ego challenging every single gunfight, and he should, until it stops working. Side has basically no presence here from the defenders. In fact, I think there's none. They're in there from EXO, they're planting, they got the breach, they get a kill upstairs, but they've lost the side. This kill doesn't matter.
Acerola is one covering too. If there's any redemption here for Vitae, it's the fact that the numbers are even. This is winnable. The breach is only a Maverick hole, but guess what? It's Acerola, and nobody can fight him. Another quick headshot with the commando. 2 more likely to come up soon. Smiling Cat looking for an angle, but he's worrying about the Maverick holes. And Exist aren't moving. They're just sitting patiently waiting. Toasung's also going to feed Acerola. This guy is just unreal. Go for the ace at this point. Just send it. Acerola's got this in the bag. There's no doubt about it. Come on. Give him the kill. Smiling Cat's flashed. Acerola, this is your moment. Finish him off.
Oh my god.
Huge ace from Acerola himself, living up to the name in spades.
That entire round is just like multiple montage clips happening. The Goyo, okay, he was trying to get the C4 combo with the swing, they mistime it, he dies. And I'm thinking, okay, that's one you get for free, right? No big deal. But then he just walks down, basically one-taps the Valkyrie right behind, and then it's just him being a sentry turret downstairs, taking down anybody going for a flank. And this is the big thing. Vitae on Bank, they looked like they knew exactly what they wanted from the round, and exactly where they, they fought for things that made sense. Here on Nighthaven Labs, bonk, they're actually playing for a lot of map control that is kind of useless to them. Like, the kill they got to make the round a 3 vs 3 from a 3 vs 4 was upstairs in, like, kitchen area or in storage. But they're literally planting an EXO. They had nobody on the site itself, because guess what? The Goyo and Valkyrie, who died in EXO room to Acerola, they were the 2 side anchors. The other 3 players were the actual roamers. So they're kind of misplaying their roles in the round a bit, and it's costing them a lot of control, and it's frankly costing them this game so far.
And the game is looking to come to a close pretty quickly if Exist keep this up. If Acerola keeps this up, I mean, you'd expect that teams would have favor on defense side of this map. In Stage 1 of Japan League, it was slightly defender-sided, 52%. And already we're seeing Exist dominate on attack. They cannot be kept pace with them. And Vitae are struggling to find anything. The only bomb site they've won was the very first one, and it was on this top floor. Since then, they've lost it thanks to Acerola farming. The guy's 12-2, 13-2!
Oh my.
You can't stop him! When will he give Vitae any peace?
This is just a matter of, it's like, this is the star player popping off, and yeah, okay, that's an aggressive jump out, but this is Vitae being a bit desperate, and I think rightfully so. They have to be desperate. They need something to go their way. They're trying to brute force the problem. There's nothing wrong with that. They've tried playing the ordinary way. They tried playing the basic fundamentals, and it has not been working. Mirror takes down a player, but the wrong one. That's Salty. He's 2-4. It's Acerola you need to kill. He's the guy you have to worry about. And yeah, Valkyrie's being played every single round by Vitae, but I don't think Acerola until this moment has used the gadget scanner because there hasn't been a need for it. Mirror finds a second, but this right here is the final boss of Acerola. He's gonna fight the world alone.
And he's happy to do so as well. Oh, eventually goes down. Now that is the kill that you've been looking for. Finally, Vitae can breathe a sigh of relief. They've got themselves a 4v1,
Hey.
and Mira swings for the last one. Fire up, Mira. That's exactly the kind of energy that Vitae needs right now. The half may be lost, but the game is not over yet.
It's a wise man's once said. Don't worry, guys. Vitae are an attacking side labs team, okay? That's what's gonna come into fruition now. They're gonna show the same kind of mentality, and perhaps the same scoreline with that, and if they do, get a 4-2 half themselves on the flip side here, it's going to be a 6-6 overtime situation, which I would be all for to settle it, because as you said in the beginning of this, James, this is a rematch that has already happened on this map before, where it's an 8-7 favoring Exist, right?
Yeah, it is a rematch indeed. And I would not be surprised if it ends up going the distance again to an 8-7. I'm feeling a bit vindicated about my Exist prediction here after the first half. But
I feel pretty good for you as well.
Thanks, man. But the funny thing is, like, yeah, Exist are playing all right, but really, like, if Acerola was not popping off, this would be a completely different story. The guy has 13 kills. The rest of his team has 9 kills combined. That seems a little bit unfair. He's
I mean, 3 players are negative right now.
Yeah. Oh, it's just insane. Like, and even the opposing team's got, what, 10, 14, 17 kills? He's got nearly as many kills as the entire other team combined. Acerola does need a hand.
So a bit of like Jin going 0-4, Acerola rather going 13-3, kind of offsets a bit of the balance here, right? But team power-wise, technically, if you count Acerola out of the equation, veto are ahead 1-1. So if he starts, firing down, not putting up that performance, or veto shut him down with stuff like the Finger, the Blitz, the Ying in this particular round, they can start turning around this tide that's disrupting them. And I like this. They can go aggressive, they can go fast. They even brought the sense, I just realized actually. It's going to be a slow start of a round, that's fine. Exist don't know what's about to happen, we don't know what's about to happen, but whenever Vita feel like they have what they need to actually go for the play, within 2 or 3 seconds, they can go for a full-on bomb set execute at any moment's notice. And Blitz is just waiting.
Yeah, the Blitz is waiting with the shield on the back as well, so that doesn't expose himself to Solus if there's a Solus on the board. And you can see that Exist are trying to get a read on where this push is coming through. Here comes a Candela. And no? Second thought, perhaps from Jin. Haven't decided what they want to do. The Warden is on the other side of the map, though, so not in position to counter this Ying. Here comes the Blitz. Now, the Blitz may find this Warden. No, they're looking to shape up here on top rafters. That's where the push is going to come through. Out goes the Candela. It looks like Salty is trying to hold back. And yeah, with Toa-san going in, the Blitz's presence has been felt, but the batteries might actually be to his demise. He needs to be careful not to get his shield knocked back by the electrification. As a Finker goes out, and Vite have got control. That Blitz is so low on HP.
It's a good mini execute to get catwalk control, but I'm not sure how they're going to progress from this point forward. Warden's on Akko's side, can't go Ying Blitz in that portion necessarily, and this Stronghold might be the end of Blitz here if he backsteps too far. Be careful, my man, be careful. I think he realizes now. You can. Oh no, this is bad. Oh no.
Yeah,
new map.
That's devastating.
Relative new map, hard to know all the spots here. But the sense wall, that's what I was waiting for. Still got a second go.
Oh, and here's the Warden, though. You can look straight through it. Sees one player. Salty will find that one anyway. Another one. Big from Sifty. Smiling Cat, the last. And, of course, the Warden can easily counter the Sens and mop up kills through the smoke. Too good from Exist, weathering the storm, taking out the Blitz, and picking that push apart. Nice attempt from Vite, but the smokes, you just cannot play into a Warden.
And the one thing that Vite were missing, which what existed so well, again, attacking from multiple angles. There was no aqua pressure, there was no connector meeting side pressure, it was all just catwalk and main IT breach. So if you look at that from like a defender's perspective, you have to worry about the garage rotate that you opened up yourself and the singular door in towards the bomb side. And while the sense is great and all, you're up against the Warden and you don't have a glass. It's almost like using the sense wall actually works against you because they can see through it and you cannot yourself. So I'm not entirely sure what the plan was there. Obviously, they wanted to get the kill and count with the Blitz, get like the 5 versus 4 early man advantage. But even if that had happened, and even if Blitz didn't die to the drone hole because he was low on HP from earlier, I still don't fully see the vision and the whole point of that execute. I don't really see how it was supposed to work out in a perfect world even. So, a bit puzzling, but I like that they're trying it, and it should catch Exist off guard a little bit at least at some point. They're gonna try it again a little bit. You know, they got the Blitz, no more Sense, no more Ying. But for roam clearing purposes and also for finding Acerola maybe, it's a really good operator. And it's also, I think it's genius that the player that is playing Warden just so happens to be Acerola, who won't get blinded by the Blitz of the Ying.
Yeah, if there's any player you want on the Warden, the unkillable, unflashable operator, yeah, it's definitely going to be your top fragger. I also want to note that Exist have actually had 3 flawless rounds this game so far. That last round gone by was one of them. And in 2 of those rounds, Acerola has had 3 Ks. So, I mean, we've tooted his horn enough. He's a phenomenal player, and he's in a really important position here as well. Salty also has Vert above the bomb site for any breach that could come through. It does appear to be that Vitae want to clear from these exo stairs where Acerola is holding on. And I expect he will hold on for dear life. And if that wall next to him does not get breached, he's probably going to be here a very long time.
That's a good actually note there. They reinforced the wall, which was that freeze a portion of kitchen, and they have a deployable shield, so they can't just clear out his position. The Blitz won't have a great effect. They have 1 single innate left in the pocket of Gridlock. Smiling Cat has to rotate on over. Or Duo can try maybe his hardest here and full send it. There could be a C4 below, or he just dies from behind. Oh, the hatch above, actually. They didn't clear top floor yet.
Wow, they're not even looking to fully clear the map. They tried to get away with it, but they walked straight into that line of sight vertically. Sifty's found one as well. It's not looking great here for Vitae. Pick through the Vert, and another one from the hatch here of Marvi. This is a 4-way crossfire from Exist, and another flawless round looks to be on the docket. Salty will fall and prevent that stat, but at this point it is just padding for Smiling Cat. There is certainly no smile on his dial at the moment. He's got 4 more players to find, with match point staring him down on the other side of this round. Really, Vitae have to take this opportunity to talk about what's happening next round, because this is not winnable. He's not going to clutch this. They need to look ahead. He's going to jump straight in and die. Lily finishes him off. Exist are on the verge of smashing Vitae.
I might have gotten a little bit too excited about yesterday's match results on Vitae's side, and I will say it again, their bank looked incredibly strong, but they are failing the very basic core fundamentals of Nighthaven Labs. They have a Blitz. There's a solo castle top floor who is so easy to deal with. He doesn't have any people around him to help, and you got a Blitz that can just run into him. And they die, what, 2 players to the hatch. They get 3 4-man crossfired. Again, just like previously, they were all bulldozing through a singular door and rotate, but this time, it wasn't even towards the bomb side. It was towards the mid portion, the extra stairs. It almost seems like they don't know exactly what they should be doing strategically. Maybe their in-game leadership just doesn't have the right answers, because they're going for the most simple, direct approach, and they're missing so many of those supporting pieces to actually make that possible. Had they cleared top floor, I don't think that's a bad push, because they can do verticality on those the areas where the roamers are. But if you don't, that push will never work. And likewise Exist, they know what they had to do. Reinforcing the wall, putting down that deployable shield, and just posting Acerola there as the middle pillar while everyone is supporting him. It's a flawless way to play the round, because you can clearly tell Vitae they can't deal with it.
And it's just gnarly as well, like the fact that it wasn't just Acerola playing that position, but you've also got a guy on a hatch with line of sights into another room. He's like, that's looking through 3 walls essentially. And you've also got a guy in stock who can play Vert onto the breach. And you've also got a guy down underneath the doorway in the Maestro with holes in the floor. Like, that is a 4-way crossfire. 4 players from Exist preventing against the exact push that Vitae decided to do. It's a beautiful sight, and it goes to show that Exist, even though this is their most banned map, they are certainly ready to bring it into the pool. They have practiced the hell out of this, and they are looking very solid. Now Vitae have to claw it back. 4 rounds on attack in a row. It starts here on Control Room.
Territory would be the best place to start, that's for sure, but strategically speaking, this map requires a lot of problem solving. The first step, of course, being the breach. No EMPs were brought, no Maverick either. They have to do self-destruction, but right now, I don't think Ash is outside the window downstairs, so Ash starts the floor. At a second EMP, actually. Bandit, thankfully, not actively triggering the wall. It means that the wall will get opened up, but that took almost half the round to do, by the way. And the first extra charge, I believe, also got tricked, or it was used elsewhere without me noticing. So already off to a pretty poor start. Mira is downstairs in kitchen. It's got a little bit of map control, but they have to do something with that around. Ideally take full top floor control, then work your way downstairs. But we see the silhouettes right now. They're not going for top floor. They're going for side.
No, there are multiple people watching for that lurk. Mira just inched his way towards the site, but he didn't have information, and he didn't have his teammates making plays at the same time. He was soloing it, and so he fell alone. Toa-Sung now trying desperately to move him to the top floor. There's a Banshee to meet him, and a player waiting for him on the other side. Capitao's fire will ring out. Jin's got to walk straight into that barbed wire. Toa-Sung finally takes down the Banshee, but look at the lack of information. He's checking every corner. He has no idea where these players are. Oh! Quick shot onto Acerola. That's the guy you want to take down. Job's not done yet, though.
They have one drone left on the attacking side. You're right, they have no information whatsoever. A little bit of verticality, that's what we need from them. But now they jump in the window. Umai stops it down. Can he get this kill? He gets one, but he's traded right back.
Yeah, and Duo desperate now. Jumping into sight with no support from his team. It's up to Jin now trying to get in from Garage. A flank outside, aggressively jumping out is Salty with that shotgun. Smiling Cat worried about 10 different angles at once. Ooh. It's all up to Jin. He won't last. Exist have toppled the Giants. Vitae, so fiery are they, but they could not take down Exist, and they were taught a lesson here on Nighthaven Labs. A dominant show of force for Exist.
This certainly looks like a team that knows how to play this map and probably been playing it for a good while in secrecy, if you will. Just scrimming it, making it better. That, coupled with Acerola's individual performance, got them this massive 7-2 victory, which, I mean, I think the scoreline speaks the full story. They were just a better team through and through.
On the attack, Acerola was incessant. On the defense, Exist knew exactly how to play Nighthaven. We'll break it down after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. And, I'll say Pengu, he's reading and weep. All those numbers. Vite, well, they couldn't really pull it together today. Exist continue on their streak of victory. And Smug Devmarta has been unlocked once more. How are you doing, James?
I'm doing amazing. How are you doing, Gassan?
Look, man, I got prediction yesterday beating CAG, and I think I should be very proud of that. And I'm going to keep rubbing that in until the end of this stage. 7-2, Exist versus Vite. What did Exist do that was just so good today, Nick?
Everything. They did everything better
than
Vite
Acerola.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I think you said at the final call. Acerola on the attacking side literally did everything for the team. And then when the side swap came through on defense, it was the entire team of Exist that actually showed up together. And the scoreline showed it. On attack, every player besides one and Acerola were negative. They're like 2 and 4. By the tail end of this, I think they were all about 6-5 or 6-6. So basically, they, we'll see it here, 6-4, 6-5, 5-5. So defense turned the tide for everybody else who didn't do one on attack.
169 EPS. Can we? I mean, honestly, the MVP is quite clear at this point. Do we even need
do you
an MVP
Jin?
graphic?
Jin?
I think it was Jin MVP this game.
Yeah, he literally made an easier game happen for Exist.
You're tearing my man down. 36 EPS.
It was rough. He was the donut and the 7 deaths. I don't know if he got any assists, but it's pretty much double 0-7. Yeah, a bit of a Bond moment from him.
I think the lowest EPSs we've had was like held by Super, and then like Jin is pretty low down there, and the global rankings of official match EPS. But it's just a day. It was fine yesterday. They'll be fine on the next one, I believe. Trust me. They'll play Father's back in the next week. But MVP, as you see, Acerola. He even got the ace, wow. James. I mean, you got the moment, right?
Yeah. There was one man doing it in that attack half, and it was him. And he aced up hugely. He had a couple of big 3Ks as well. And as we mentioned on the cast, Exist had 3 flawless rounds. They were just indomitable. This was such a one-sided game, which I hadn't expected. Like, yeah, I predicted Exist to win this, but I didn't expect it to be this one-sided. But it goes to show that perhaps Vite, you don't want to be going to Nighthaven Labs. Like, this is clearly a really good map for Exist, and I think other teams are going to watch this map and take notes.
Yeah, and Vite's map pool, I mean, it was a big question that I had at least, and I'm not gonna say that, oh, they can't play Nighthaven Labs, like they should never play it again, but they definitely should take like a week or two, get back onto like the basics of it, relearn those areas, and then maybe try it again later in the stage, or if they make it to playoffs, try it there like a best of 3, for example. I think that could suit them, but for now, relearn it first.
Yeah, and you know what? We got a fun time out of it, because now the tiebreak is done. Devmarta is on top, 71%. It's just how it goes, but we still have one more game to go today. It's crazy. Compared to yesterday, we are flying by this, and watch me jinx it at this point. Scars versus Fathers back coming up in just a moment.
past like communists. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man there, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Past like communists.
This is what we've been training for.
There is no angle we can't cover. We are Rainbow.
Reporting for duty.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Japan League. Dev Marta will never be taking that jacket off because it is very themed. And, of course, Pengu has one of his own. James, you also have a jacket that you yourself have bought in Japan that is reversible, that costs an arm and a leg from Pro League.
Yes, this one is also reversible too, by the way. So on another
is
play day, I will wear. Look at this. A big 6.
Nice.
Yeah, I will wear this side on another day. But yes, I do have the, so this is the Azami one. I got the Habana one as well. And I'll wear that on a different play day, but not today.
All right, wardrobe, I'm very much looking forward to. But you know what? I'm also looking forward to our final game of the day. Scars versus Father's Back. Now, Father's Back did not collect much yesterday. They passed go and only collected 2 rounds against Crest Gaming. Today, there's a lot to do against Scars, considered to be the top team in Japan. They trounced Kenot Trope yesterday 7-3, and there's a lot to do. We'll start off with Scars and kind of put them out of the way. I'll remind everybody, it goes this way, Washoy. That is what WQSY01 means. Pengu has learned that lesson the hard way, right?
Yep, Washoy. Yes.
But you've seen him yesterday in this squad. Yeah,
I was going to say, do you reckon that Washoy's picture is just like a picture of his face put over Fishlike's body? Because I swear there's something going on with his chin there.
Oh!
There's a
That's an
vein
interesting
going through
observation.
Fishlike.
I don't know, I don't trust that. That shadow looks too weird.
James,
Now
I've seen some terrible Photoshop, including I guess it was Navi and EU a while ago, where they had incredibly horrendous Photoshop that was done to the players.
Wait, you might be right.
You're not going to stop thinking about this, are you now, Nick? There's a player in O's. There's a player in O's who I swear photoshops his biceps to be bigger, because in the player photo he's like a Giga Chat, and then on the face cams he does not look like that. So I don't know. We'll see what Washoy looks like on the face cams. We'll see if he does actually look the same as the pic.
I will say that there are, I think it was Team Secret that photoshopped a lot of people's faces onto Savage's body, just because he is ripped as hell and he's got massive biceps, and that's just how it was. Speaking of ripped as hell, let's return to our topic of the moment. 7-2 Scars against Kenot Trope yesterday, and Pengu, you got to witness that game firsthand. How could you describe it for us, please?
I mean, it was kind of the game we just saw between Vitae and Exist. It's just one team is in full control, either with individual players popping off or a full-on team effort. It was Scars storming the building of Bag, just taking full-on control, doing a really good job at the early stage, the mid stage, and the late stage. When they were actually down but not out, Scars would clutch up, and when that didn't even get close, they would just take the round by storm. There was not really any real consistent way for Kenot Trope to do anything in any of the rounds, and somebody like Reg and Nina were just running them over.
Yeah, James. So that's Scars.
Sorry,
I'd like to move on.
We've got like the 2 seconds of ping here. I'll jump in as well and talk about
Father's Back. Yes.
Yeah, so they are back, but they, as you said, only found 2 rounds yesterday in their match against Crest, which it was not a great look. If you do look further back in history, they have had a bit of a rough slot. Like, these guys have been one of the lowest rated teams in the league, and you'll see a lot of losses on this graphic. Now, in Stage 1, they actually did have some pretty crazy wins. So in their first game, they beat Enterforce 8-6. Now, that's not too unexpected, right? It's Enterforce, one of the lower level teams. And then out of nowhere, on one of the final playdays, they beat CAG. And then they also followed that up with a win against Exist. Like, those are 2 really solid teams that these guys managed to take down. They got smashed in the playoff quarterfinals by Kenot Trope, and since then it's been a bit of a rough slog. Like, they've had a few wins against middle-class teams. They did get a map off Kenot Trope in the EWC qualifiers, but overall, like, we don't expect them to be one of the top 4 teams in this competition. And if they are to change that, then they need to look competitive against the top teams. They didn't even look competitive yesterday against Crest, who might not even be one of the top teams. So they really have their work cut out for them against Scars.
Nick, you seemed heartbroken there. Well, what's going on?
Yes, we don't gotta throw these stray shots just because you got the prediction right and I didn't. It's like, Crest aren't necessarily probably not one of the top 4. They might still beat James. It's Playday 2, a lot can happen, and they will bounce back, maybe.
Yeah, well, can I say, Father's back, obviously they had Crest yesterday, which is not an easy opponent. Today they got Scars, and then next week they got Kenot Trope and CAG. Like, it just goes from bad to worse.
It's rough.
It is going to be a really tough couple of weeks for Father's back, so you may as well get this one out of the way and give it a best shot.
Yeah, Father's back might be stuck at the grocery store picking up milk for a few more play days, depending on what happens today. But that is a question that only they hold the answer to. I'm not sure here. I see your producers tapping in the chat here. I'm just waiting. Is it going to be a comparison? Yes, it will be. Let's put up on the screen. We got Nino and Haru-san. James, you requested this, and you're I have to say that's pretty horrible of you, but why?
Yeah,
Very rude.
I was feeling a little bit evil, and so I decided to take the best player in the league, Nina, who has been the best player last stage and was also the top-rated player yesterday, versus Haru-san, who was the lowest-rated player in the league as it currently stands. Really struggled yesterday. And Haru-san also didn't do too well last stage. Actually was ahead of 2 of his teammates in last stage's final standings, but unfortunately that's not saying much, and those players got dropped anyway. So Haru-san has a real task ahead. And of course, this is not a comparison like these players play the same roles or anything like that. This is just to show how much of a David and Goliath match this really is. You have some of the most talented players in Japan on this roster of Scars. Nina in particular is a recent addition, but Haru-san and the team really will have to give out their best performance to even have a shot at winning a couple rounds here.
A tough one. I mean, I hate being the kind of guy being like, yeah, this is going to be a Scars victory, done and dusted, but I just don't really see a world right now where Father's back, they are ready for this, that they are at that level currently where they can take it to overtime or take it in regulation. It's just a matter of how many rounds can Father's back actually build up for round diff purposes. Can they get 2, for example, like last time they played each other on Chalet? Yeah, 1 or 2 rounds, I think that's pretty good. If they get anything more, that's kind of just extra at that point in my mind.
So you're looking to learn. I mean, obviously, if you win, that's incredible, but you're looking to learn and test things out and see where you actually stand in comparison to last stage and what you can do from there.
Yeah, I think play loose and try and work on like your mentality and your approach to games, because I think you can start this game at 0-0 with nothing to lose. Every single round that you play, you're quote-unquote not supposed to win, so do your best, have fun with it, try and go for some things, like maybe you see a small opening or you call a certain rush strat. Normally you might feel scared about that, but in this particular matchup, just go for it, try it. You don't have anything to lose here.
Yeah, well, I would love to see high energy. Yeah, let's dig into this. Sadly, Lair is banned straight away. I'm not surprised for Scars. I think they just want to hide it. I really want to see more Lair, but it's not going to happen. Look, there's a lot of maps we could go to. Chalet is still in, and it is where these teams played each other. It's also Father's back least banned map in the last 6 months. They haven't actually banned it once. So are they going to sneak it through as their last ban? Club is in. Border. So, okay, interesting. So Chalet is actually a really good map for Scars. They've won it the last 6 times they played it, but they're still going to ban it anyway. Perhaps they're trying to rework some things on that map and want to keep it hidden. I think the mentality here, and I'd love to hear your take on this, Nick, but if you're Scars right now, obviously you want to go to a map you're comfortable on. You still want to win this game.
Yeah.
But this should be quite a one-sided affair, and you don't want to show maps where you've got a lot of new things that other teams are then going to have information on, right? You want to go to a map where you maybe can play a little bit more off the cuff.
I think this is pixel perfect for Scars, basically. If I was Father's back, I actually think I would have banned Border, gone back to Clubhouse, played that 2 weeks in a row, exposed Scars' Clubhouse to other teams in the league to make them worse off for wear as well, and then you don't give anything off yourself. I feel like that's the best case scenario. If your Father's back, they didn't agree, they didn't go for it, and I just think Border's gonna suit Scars 10 times more than Father's back's playstyle.
When you can move around the map and play that aggressive gameplay that we all know Border for, maybe this is going to be a big separator, and these Scars can play 97% to 3. That is god damn. Anyways, gentlemen, our map is loading up, so I'm going to leave you to it. Our final matchup of the day, Father's back versus Scars. Marta, Pengu, take it away.
Thank you, Milosh. And a chance to see a chaotic border. I'm really praying for a chaotic game. I just love seeing Japan get into it, do those rushes, play a map like Border. We often get treated to some really crazy games on this map when we see them play. Scars with a Castle Lion ban. They clearly know something we don't. Now, Father's Back have played this map a couple of times recently, and for the most part, they've looked pretty solid on it, but they do have a couple of red flag losses as well. Scars, 93 or 97% favored according to the community. This would be one of the biggest upsets if Father's Back is able to take them down here.
I actually really like the castle ban here, and it's no secret that castle ban on Border makes a ton of sense. I mean, pretty much every single team in the world across all the different regions will play this operator on 2 of the 3 super playable bomb sites, that being, of course, ventilation downstairs and archives tellers too, or bathroom tellers, whatever. You can play that, go upstairs, fortify, shut down some of those angles, beavers, archives window, office window, whatever, and just make yourself kind of more boxed in, and you shape the map into the shape that you would like to see as a defender. Now, Scars, if you want to play aggressive and get more access points in throughout the map, you ban the castle. Now, you're going to be met with a bunch of soft walls, a few reinforced walls, and you can create all these long lines of sights and more pressure basically from outside the building, instantly applying pressure onto Father's Back and all those playable positions. So, I really am a big fan of this. Father's Back themselves also banning the Asami is not going to make this defense any easier for themselves. And I think it's also why they're opting for all these trap-oriented operators, the Elysian, the Melusi, and the Ella, because they don't have util to hide behind. So now they have to try and apply this negative effect onto the individual players of Scars instead as like a plan B.
Oh, I like that. Banshee going outside in the prep
Capital
phase.
going out?
Was the Capital gone out early to counter the Banshee going down? That is so unusual.
But it's a smoke, not a fire that he shot. So you see, maybe it's an anti-spawn peek. I don't even know what that is.
That is weird. Yeah, I reckon he thought that Melusi was spawn peeking and it was just anti-spawn peek. That is so unusual. I don't think I've ever seen that.
They might go fast here, by the way. They got Archives balcony, sandwich window, coming up middle, going in through the door. They have Osa for this, so they can go up with Osa, pop the door with the shield, pop the yellow mine. They have downstairs control, yeah. They can totally go for a plant here in 5 seconds time.
Oh, opening kill for Fish. Tayo here teetering on the edge of this Osa shield. He baits out a C4. Fish-like finds a second kill. Poor Harusan going down without a fight. Father's Back are dropping like flies. Candy on the ground and taken out. Number 2. Solid player, so experienced. He's looking for a flank downstairs. He does find Fish-like, but the plant is down, and Scars are hungry to finish this one off. Number 2 does find another kill, and with X finding that as well, it does come much closer now, threatening the jump out, but he's low HP. He shoots open the barricade. But unfortunately, this Osa shield makes it almost impossible to make this work, even if it weren't for the player on the window. But indeed, it is Nina to finish it off. Best player in the league, and a very solid Archives attack in the opening round.
I think that first round is going to show the story of the Border that is to come here in the next following 30+ minutes, because that was exactly how easy a round can be in Border if you have a full-on understanding of what you need to take control of and what the enemy might be neglecting on their own side. They didn't have the Archives hatch opened up in towards the bomb side, so they couldn't really apply any pressure on Buck downstairs. So Buck rips the floor open, Osa walks in, puts down the first shield, literally backs away from that position, knowing the C4 is going to come flying. He destroys the first Osa shield, walks in, puts down the second, and plants. There was nothing that Father's Back could really do outside of what they tried to stop it, and this here is my big concern. They go back to the exact same bomb site, with the same lineup, more or less. They have a Warden, I don't believe that was the last one if I recall correctly, so they haven't made any really big changes. This could be the exact same round happening again, but Scars, they're too good to repeat the exact same attack, but look at their other lineup. Amaru, Glass, Osa. They're doing a similar thing. These kind of one-off pocket strats, I like to call them. They're in your pocket, you use them one time, and then it's really out there. Then you can't do it again. But they can do a similar thing, but with a small twist to it. That's the Glass and the Amaru. The Osa is here, they can go Armory, they can go Archives. They can also try and bait out the Archives default plant. Then Armory jumps in the sandwich window where Glass is going right now, for example, and just plant there instead. So Scars have options, but we know that regardless of what they choose, it's gonna be a fast one.
So we'd love to see out of Scars establishing their dominance. Like you said, similar strategy from a macro perspective, but different tactics within it. The Glaz, the Amaru. Can't wait to see exactly the plan here. Of course, there are C4s waiting to be met. The Elamine concusses for a brief moment. Over it goes, and EMP potentially has stilted out those C4s. There's no C4 going over yet. Candy sends one over, but it does get a C4 down onto Tayo. This is actually very winnable now for Father's Back with a 2-player advantage. However, in the posts, Rek and Nina do have the positions to hold this. It will come down to some really solid jump outs to try and counter this position. Nina knows not to overpeak this. All he has to do is waste out another 20-ish seconds. Rek hiding, holding his position, finds one, swung by another, double for Rek, but Nina's gone down. All up to Rek now, one of the best players in the region. It is a 1v2, it is all up to the cover of V-Bort, and he does so perfectly. Very well done, and Father's Back will just barely clinch that round. A very solid retake. It took a lot of bravery to go for those jump outs, and they made good on that promise.
1 second, 1.5 maybe, separates Father's Back from successfully counter-defusing and actually losing that round. They took as much time as they could afford before going for that final play. That's really well done for them because they set up their pieces as good as they could. 2 people jumping out to challenge the staircase player, and 2 people challenging the Glass on the window. And if they win one of those 2 gunfights, they might actually be okay, and they were. Scars did the exact same attack from the bigger perspective, with those small details like Amaru going in to distract, etc. The one big key difference is, because they went deep in towards the bomb site, actually looking to make a distraction play, they lost a lot of bodies in the process of planting. And if Warden had been a little bit quicker, I think, he actually could have C4'd the planter before the bomb even goes down, further securing the round for Father's Back. So, I do think Scars opted for a too similar attack. I feel like going for the exact same plant position on the exact same post-plant positions makes it a bit too predictable, but it still goes to show the fact that it was that close in the round, Scars are still, I would argue, in more or less full control.
Does make me wonder whether Scars are going to think twice before going for an aggressive rush again, considering that it was not nearly as successful. I was mostly surprised there was no real util or setup from Scars to deal with the C4s, because it's the obvious way that you counter that plant. And in the end, it was what killed the Osa, even though the plant had gone down. Could have been worse for Scars had that C4 come out just a moment earlier. Nonetheless, that round is behind us, and Scars unlikely to go for any of those similar attacks anymore. They still have that Ying, though, that Dokkaebi, these execute-heavy operators, the Grim as well. But for now, as the bomb site is down in Tellers, there's a lot of map to take. X goes down very early to Nina. I think that was just from the Tellers window. You can't be losing players to that so early in the round.
It's fine. They got V-Board on the Boss G vigil. That's going to save this round. Mark my words. In a gunfight right now, took a little bit of damage. Being escorted by Candy right now. Saving the president of the Boss G player, but look at this. If you run out the store, you might get a free pick. And he has no idea, but it's right there. Oh, he knows now. That is so free, and Scars are kind of falling apart right now in this early stage of this 3rd round.
Yeah, it's very weird from Scars. A lot of players on drones in very exposed positions. Unfortunately, the Boss G doesn't save V-Bort as he goes down from Rek. On this Ash R4C, they do have to get that diffuser back. Oh, it was right in the middle of square that defender died. And Nina just exposes Candy. I don't know what he's doing in that long hallway. Advantage was in Father's Back favor, but now they over-aggress, and they have been shut down. Now time to consolidate for Scars. A 3 versus 1. Virtually unlosable. Up against Harasan. DMR is a great weapon to clutch with, but yeah, can't help but think back to the pre-show when we talked a little bit about Harasan. Now he's got to step up.
Yes, I like this one. Scars, they're kind of bleeding him out right now, just droning, holding angles, waiting, because he has to make all the first moves. He has no idea where Scars are actually playing from.
Might be good for one. Mezzanine. The timing was so unlucky.
Uh-oh.
If he exposes his position, he's a dead man. He's in so many crossfires. He sees one, holds the trigger discipline,
no.
but misses the crucial bullets, and Rek will quickly dispatch him. A great round for Scars. Reading Father's back to perfection.
I am wondering, though, how much Scars are trying to save by playing this matchup, because there's always that big question when a quote-unquote top-league team plays like the bottom of the barrel. You kind of said it too, like playing border and map where you like can play a bit more loose and kind of do whatever and play around your gunfights and your teamwork, not showing stats like you would on Bang or Clubhouse, for example. But even here playing border, Scars, there is a world where they're actually holding back their quote-unquote proper way of playing the map in their own mind. It's kind of playing it off the rip, kind of like a ranked style or a community tournament, for example, where you play off the flow of each other. You just look what enemy is doing and go, guys, what do you want to do this round to attack this? Because that previous round didn't look very organized or structured from Scars, and in the early stages, they were all over the map individually with no trading and no bigger plan in motion. But then, of course, in the mid and late round, they just find their picks, and it kind of just works in their favor.
Border's one of those maps as well where it's so small that the attackers can relocate constantly. So if you lose a player, like for example, like I think it was Rek found a kill upstairs on the Ash from the balcony. The defense can't then assume, okay, well, that attacker is ages away. We don't have to worry about him anymore because he can quickly rotate down, drop outside, and then go over to Passport, which is in the end where he ended up pushing from. Makes it quite hard to read these teams sometimes when you're defending, especially when you start dropping players like Border in a 4v5, in a 3v5. It's not a pretty sight.
One of the snowball maps. You lose a player in defense, you lose a ton of map control, and you lose one of your possible crossfires that is so vital to you. We saw Scars kind of right now thinking through it. Attack a repick phase here, going, what do we like to see right now? Yeah, the Muncie's not changed. Teo is still sticking it so far, and it's one of those rare games where Muncie actually survives the operative ban phase, but unironically, he only survived it because Blitz was banned instead. And I think it was Fresh on Twitter, or X, sorry, should I say these days, that made a thing like, I feel like Shield's right now in a very interesting position where you ban the Blitz, you get the Muncie, and vice versa. So, like, Shield players are very, like, they're very strong to have in your team, but also it feels like it's completely redundant to even bother banning one, because a good Shield player can always play the other. Sure, Muncie is better in most scenarios, I would say, but a really skilled Shield player can play Blitz almost as often as Muncie and still make it work.
I'm just excited because we don't get to see Shields played a lot. Not because no one wants to play them, because they're constantly banned, as you said. I think this is our first Monty today. We've seen a little bit of Blitz, but the Monty in particular is just so good.
Yeah.
How protected he can be. Number 2 is in an off angle, hoping that someone will expose. But Washoy opens the equation. Big player to take down in V-Bort. Yeah, I mean, this is a good take already. So close.
Little quick flick there of the wrist. And your Monty did get a mini, or Shields rather, got a mini rework. If you hold the left mouse button, you can look left and right without turning your character itself, actually. Not a mechanic that's used very commonly by Shield players. I don't do it myself either, just used the previous one. But look at Dina. He's found a massive gap with a Dugaby call. He's gonna hit the side here.
Good for a big pick onto number 2 in the middle of sight, and he immediately backs on out and looks for someone trying to refrag. He doesn't overcommit to his position. Candy is really trapped here. Harasan's found a shoddy kill, but is immediately traded, and Washoy is locked down the top floor, all up to Candy now. But Washoy is low HP. He doesn't have information on where these players are as they file down the metal stairs. He's just missed this rotation. But the swing comes out from Nina. I'm not sure if there was info or just a nice timed peek, but Scars, yeah, there was info. There was a yellow ping as well. Of course, Scars, an organized team, they always have drones set up for those late rounds. And they are looking very much in form.
I really like how Nina plays out that round, because I think it's easy to overcommit to a play. You feel like you can get it all done yourself. Getting that one pick onto Valkyrie and just skipping right out of the bomb side to like keep the pressure up. Because if Nina dies, all the pressure that he's established for himself and his team goes away. Oh, it's a guy in B, guys. Oh, he's dead now. Don't worry about it. But it's like, oh, there was a guy in B, but we can't see him. We don't know where he is anymore. And the fact that he killed the Valkyrie during the Dokkaebi phone call, he knew nobody could see him. But shortly after he got the kill, the Dokkaebi phone call would have ended, and then those dead players could be on the cameras, and if there was one on the side, it would have been spotted out, yellow paint, and possibly, you know, just killed, basically, from the other side player. So, huge small mini play there, not overstepping. Scars, very early on, continued to pick up the pace and get those early opening kills. They did the Osa play, they tried Glass and Amaru, then they just showed us a Munty. Now they're showing us a fuse from Nina. The only person not to change with the Attacker repick right now. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Disappointing.
Come on. There's TSM when they won SI. They had this thing where they would pick, I think it was Fuse and Glass every single other attack. And the reason why they did it was because you pick the operators that you're never gonna play, basically, so that you can freely attack or repick. Because if I'm on Sledge, but then we end up changing the strat and you need to play Sledge, I had to go away from Sledge for you to pick Sledge, and then I can pick what I want to play, right? So there are sometimes I find players who will pick these really unorthodox operators in the beginning, just to enable that shuffling of the attacker repick without having to, sorry, can you change your operator because that's what I'm gonna play now? Might be that kind of vibe. Either way. Nina's and Flores, they got the Ying, it could be Amaru. They can still go fast. Amaru downstairs, of course, makes sense. You wanna look for a hatch to go up with that shotgun in hand. And Delas and Dokubi to disrupt the bomb site defenders. And then a Brava and a Flores, actually, I guess for intel or counter intel near the site itself.
Yeah, then these drone operators have done a great job of countering all the setups. We've seen how much the Roteros have paid in value. Here comes the Amaru up the hatch. The timing. Oh, he gets him! So good. Almost the second one. Hasn't had time to reload, but it's fine because Nina is there as well. Number 2 does find something back for Fathers, but they need so much more than that. Still a numbers advantage for Scars. And this attack is looking very deadly. The defenders have been forced back into Office, into Archives, and Armory. Cornered back into the bomb site as Scars have lapped up this map control with ease.
A bit of a posting thing there. Howard-san walking past the Armor having no idea that she came up the hatch when they should have known because your teammate died right next to it. But hey, Scars in the 4v2 now. One double call left in pocket as well, can pop it. Valor's back, they have to lash out. Ikis and Candy, they have to aggress and try and get back this numbers advantage.
X wins the fight. He probably shouldn't have, but he does get traded. And it leaves it all up to Candy now. With his phone ringing, he gets swung, and the ego from Nina doesn't even wait for his teammates. He knows he's just good enough to win that fight regardless. And Scars continue their dominating form on border.
The question is, in the beginning of this, how many rounds can Fallospec take before things just look like it's a little bit ogre? Well, they got the one round, and it was actually a really good round victory from them. They said retake in the second round when Scars started to go for that Archives door plant 2 times in a row. And since then, it's almost like Scars, they felt a bit like, you know what, we shouldn't have lost that round, we can do better. Because they've only gotten stronger and stronger with time right now, looking more and more comfortable. Look at this. The first kill, that's a 50-50. Sometimes that should happen, sometimes it shouldn't. But the fact that Howardson and Ella sprints right past him, and then doesn't even turn around and dies with someone else right after, it's like, the communication from Father's back is not quite there. Or there's just maybe too much stress and chaos in the server, because that is the difficulty of playing border. When you're up against like Dokkaebi Ying, when those Candelas start being popped out and the Dokkaebi call comes out as well, 5 players are just being like, there's a guy here, I'm being pushed, I need help, you know, whatever. You can't really hear exactly what's going on, and that's where your instincts have to kick in. If you were to compare Finalspec's players with Scars, I think the instincts on one side is going to be a lot better than the other.
And what's more, Father's back are clearly rattled. Like, they're getting destroyed by the best team in the region. It's hard to keep your composure, and that's why I was so impressed. They did it in round 2 with that retake after the Archives rush, as you said. But every single round, Scars have found the opening kill. And every round, it's been in the first minutes, except for that last round, which was the first minute and 8 seconds, which is essentially the same thing. This is a very fast game. Scars are setting the pace with these aggressive attacks. They're making sure that these engagements are being forced early in the round. They have so many set pieces in mind. Amaru's, Glaz, Monty. So many ideas. They are incessant in bringing them to the table, round after round.
I think it's a great way to play a game that might be a little bit low stakes for you. You're expanding upon your strategy and basically practicing your coordination with those setups live in an actual Pro League setting, which is the best place to practice when the stakes are actually high compared to a regular scrim where no one really quite cares about the actual outcome of it. But look at this. This is so free.
Oh,
Smoke,
man.
turnaround, plant, no one can stop him.
There's no way to get third on this either. The smoke is out. The coverage is there. Monty can sit safely on the diffuser. Number 2 has to desperately make his way back. That's a long angle to try and contest with the SMG-12. And amidst the chaos, there's quite a bit of bloodshed upstairs. And still, these 2 players from Fathers back down below. Good coverage from Nina up on the mezzanine. He needs to be fought now by number 2. Nice shots with the SMG-12. But he still has to fight this Monty. And he realistically has no way to do so. There are no C4s, no impact, nothing to work with, and there's no time either. Fishlike can sit here safely outside, doesn't even have to push. He can rattle out bullets from that LMG, and eventually the kill will be collected. Scars are dominant. They will not take prisoners here. Father's back. They look completely obliterated.
They do. I mean, I would even argue that I don't think they had the fully correct site set up either. There are no soft destruction going on the teller's bomb site wall. When Monty walks into that rotate, you'd expect to see the wall towards customs and blue hallway being opened up a little bit at least to deny that exact plant position, because that didn't have to be a Monty planting. That could have been any operator because there's lack of soft destruction. So, Thanos back maybe forgetting to do it or had a different, strat in mind that, oh, they're not going to go for this kind of plant. We don't need to open up that wall. But the thing is, Scars have been so good at visualizing what the bomb site looks like and also where it's weak from. They know that, hey, this is so free. East stairs, down the staircase you go. Monty walks on in. The rotate is made for you, basically. And that's it. And then what does Falasback do in response? They are yellow pinging with the warden on site saying they're planting. And they can't do anything about it. They know where the plant is going down. They know exactly who is planting, but they can't stop it. There's not the right operators for it or the right player positions, so they just don't really have a fighting chance in that round the second that plant gets attempted to go down.
Scars are going to play aggressively here. This is so cheeky. I really hope this finds something. Doesn't look like the player is going to move past that line of sight. Like you said before, I think Scars deciding to play this aggressive playstyle, try all these fancy set pieces in a real stakes environment, it's such a good idea. It's such a nice way to test, like, okay, we're not just going to be doing these things in scrims. This is proper experience. We can test out our confidence, and I really like that. I also quite like that we're seeing a real treat here. Father's back bringing 2 shields to the table, and with the Blitz band out, it's actually the Monty and the Fuse.
I actually do like this myself as well. It's some teams, I think it was actually it was Fearix at Damwon in Korea for stage 1. They would play Fuse Monty or Fuse Splits on Consulate to great effect with demos. Look at this. The shields come in. What are you gonna do? Ah!
Oh my god, this is utterly terrifying. Fishlike still finds one. Can they find the second kill as well? The Monty kept at bay for another moment. Oh my god, what a weird round. What a weird fight. There is 1 kill at least found by the attack as Taya went down. But, yeah, I don't even know what to say. I would be shitting myself if I was in that position. Somehow they still found 2 kills out of the situation. Father's back need to now pick up the pieces. They've got the control they wanted and in reasonable time.
It was a good response from Scars, just assisting and supporting the security player to actually get out of there from Fishlike. Now, sadly, Ying was in the archives window balcony while this happened. That's what that second kill occurred. There's Fuse and security, Ying on the balcony, very much on his lonesome. And that just means that they don't have that execute operator of Ying anymore. So now Monty has to work overtime, has to get the intel for his teammates, but then the teammates have to land their shots perfectly. Otherwise, you're going to be locked out of this one as well.
This is a really good position, though, from the attack. All 3 of them can work together. Pinch these players in archives. Spotted the player at metal. No, the timing!
No.
The Monty! Body blocked the bullets! It's all up to X now in a 1v2. And he won't last. Washlight can clean him up. Beautiful from Scars again. Doesn't matter what you throw at them. Fuse, Monty, anything, they are ready to receive. And they have barreled their way towards match point.
Oh man, I mean, this is a classic chaotic border game, and I just love the fact that Father's Back are also buying into that idea and trying out these funky strats, because one of the first things we spoke about was, okay, you're only gonna get a couple rounds, whatever. But what can you learn from this if you are Father's Back? Well, if they watch back this VOD of their own gameplay and they do some theory on this, I think they can actually learn a lot of things right now from what's going wrong, and what better team to learn against than the best in the League of Scars. Actually, Scars are gonna try their own learning right now. They're gonna play the 4th bomb side of Customs, which sees almost no play in any domestic leagues, and same story for international play. This is a really rare one to find, usually only being played against teams that you just think that you're that much better than, or against teams that you think have no experience attacking against it, because, yes, it's a weak side statistically, but if you never attack this in scrims, in practice, how are you supposed to know how to attack it in an actual Pro League game when it's even more difficult?
And what's funny is one of the reasons why this bomb site is so attacker favored is because of the slew of hard breach opportunities, like detention and passport, and yet we only have one hard breacher on the attacking lineup.
Of course, you, on an armory attack, you take security. On a ventilation attack, you often take security. On a Tiller's attack, you also usually take security. The point is, you're very good as an attacking team to take security control. If you do it right now in Customs defense, you can see the entire both bomb sites from above, with soft destruction and hatch openings. So you just do step 1 of a regular round, you basically accomplish most of step 2 and step 3, the mid-round, late-round, bomb site setup and execute. So that's the other reason why, because you combine the hard destruction with security control, and all of a sudden this bomb site doesn't exist anymore, at least not as a defender, it's purely in favor of the attackers.
That's why I think we got so much information gathering on the defense with the Valkyrie and the Maestro to put them in sight and make sure that there's always info on what's happening up there. But the Dokkaebi call rings out, and that does prevent the observation tools from being used. Impact makes things very awkward. Another impact and a spray through the floor. That is insane from Rek. He's looking for more, and he is taken down. At least something now for Father's Back to work with, as they can also hack those cameras and get access to all the Valkyrie cameras and Evil Eyes. But still, Fishlike is holding on to that security position with the magnified scope on that slug shotgun. Washoe tries to contest, but falls back as well.
A plan is simple right now for Scars. Fight back, if you take damage, get healed up by Dog, and go back into battle. Ping comes out, they know one player sense security for Fishlike, but so do they. They know about each other's location, who can win this gunfight, because Fishlike is holding on security with a great shot from V-Board. C4 goes up below, but it misses. So back to an even 3-on-3 here.
And much needed there for V-Board. He's done a good job now. He's taken control of security. He can move in. The Buck, though, is not in position to try and make good on the potential verticality of this site, and Washoe is keen to still contest. There's still information up there as well because of that Evil Eye. A flash goes out. Maybe a flank opportunity here for the Doc of Nina. 15 kills to his name. And he does! Ooh. Big kill for Nina. And with that, security control is now back. Flipped in the hands of the defense. And the attackers themselves must now defend the site. A 1v1 is calling for Candy. He has to clutch up big now. Gets that diffuser. Nina is heavy boots stomping on the roof above Candy as he looks for a safe place to plant. But there's information in abundance. Does he know where Nina is? Nina is waiting. Nina doesn't have to make a move, but there's a yellow ping. He must know that Nina is in that position. And so he goes for the plant. Nina, all he has to do is clutch. What's one more kill on the 16 he has found so far? The plant confirmed. The shotgun is not the right tool for that kind of an engagement. Nina ducks around the bomb. A couple of bullets peppered each direction, but Candy can't find the killing blow. A drop shot with the bailiff from Nina. The best player in Japan clutches up and hits 17 kills in 8 rounds. Scars are a force to be reckoned with in Japan. And they have dismissed Father's Back without a pure conversation.
Nina looks just unstoppable, and it's not because he can do this once in a while. It's the consistency of which he plays at this magnificent level, making so many accurate decisions. He went for that flank a while ago, obsession to 90, and he held his discipline. He didn't shoot the bullet the first time he saw the opponent. He waited with trigger discipline for the right time to strike, to put himself in the best position possible, and in that 1v1, he is absolutely fearless and played it perfectly, waiting for the plant as well.
Unreal game from Scars, and I'm sure Melissa's got a few things to say about it. It was, in the end, quite a one-sided affair, which, to be fair, we did expect, Gassan.
Yeah, absolutely, James. I mean, look, there are bold decisions and bold predictions, and predicting Scars was absolutely not one of them. And we got to see Nina absolutely clutching out the last round, but overall, complete destruction. He was there every single round. I'm assuming he'll be the MVP of this game, or else we will riot. The Scars, they just continue on with their domination. If there's one thing to say that it's like, yeah, okay, they can be stopped, they can bleed, is that being number 1 now in the round robin stage of stage 2 does not automatically send you to Montreal. You need to still go through the playoffs and win through there, so they could be stopped at some point in time, but I don't know what sort of moon and Earth and Sun and Mars and whatever planets to align for that to happen, because they are incredible. Father is definitely not back, at least not in this game.
Yeah, no. Scar's so good, man. Like, I don't know how to even begin with that game. That was a beautiful border, Nick, and we really got to see Scars show us so many different things in just 8 rounds.
Yeah. That's what I'm very excited about, is that, yeah, they're good mechanically, they can hit the shots, we all know that, but strategically they're showing us a very fun and engaging, high-risk, high-reward border, which I think can really make or break the entertainment factor of a game like this that is so one-sided, because, yeah, it's 7-1, it's a completely one-sided fest here, but I actually really enjoyed it because of how many different things we saw in the first half. Scars attacking, with the rushes, with the funky operators, and just keeping things interesting.
Again, you'll see that scoreboard as we had it before. Nina has stolen all the kills, so Taiyu, it's all right. His EPS is quite nice, if anything. But on the other side, for Father's back, number 2, we saw him yesterday put up numbers also, but number 2 on his own cannot pull that entire team past the stage, and 7-1 result. This is what you're going to get, really. I think we're going to move on to our MVP, because it's also pretty locked in.
Oh, it's Nina?
Wow.
Hold your horses.
Wow.
I'm surprised his cost isn't 100%. Like, it felt like he got a kill every round.
I think he got a kill every round. I mean, they also got every opening kill, by the way, as a team. That was ridiculous.
Insane game. And Nina is just such a player. The newest addition to this roster. Previously, it was Rek was the newest guy on this team, and he was picked up from one of the oppositions as the star fragger, and then they brought on Nina as another star fragger, and look, Pyeon was a great player as well, but much more like supportive. So they got rid of a support player and brought on a star player, and now they essentially have 2 star players in Rek and Nina, and I would almost put Washoy in that conversation as well because of how good Washoy is, particularly on those entries. And what it has created is essentially a Japanese super team. Well, I think you could look at the entire Japanese region, all the players on other teams, and say, who would you pick up? If you could pick up any other player from any other team to replace someone on Scars, I'm not sure if there's anyone you would.
Minus Nina plus Nina. That would be like a really good one.
Double
for the memes, you know? We've seen
Fair
that minus Laxing, plus Laxing in NA before, you know, it works.
You know, all I'm going to say about Nina is that Northeption died for this. Nina's here, and he's doing great, and this was our second Playday of Japan League. I hope you guys are having fun with us here on the weekend in the morning. 7-1, CAG versus Enterforce, 7-5. Kenot Trope versus Crest, 7-2 Exist versus Vite, and finally 7-1 Scars versus Father's Back. Those are 4 matches, as you'll see every single Saturday and Sunday. 4 games, 4 best-of-1 series where we get to explore the Japanese region, of course, be the official English broadcast, and there's the Japanese broadcast happening at the same time, courtesy of our Japanese colleagues, which I personally not seen in a few years, and I miss them very much. The last time I saw them, we were given gifts, James. You remember?
Yes, I do remember. The Japanese are always extremely hospitable. And the same can be said for the broadcasts as well.
Yeah.
Like these matches are phenomenal. We're very lucky to get to cover the Japanese region, even though some of these were a little bit more one-sided than we expected. And I'm mainly looking at the Exist versus Vitae game. Now, I did pick Exist, so I wasn't surprised necessarily by the result, but that was a game that definitely should have been closer. And for Exist to come out so dominantly is really a big statement from them.
Yeah, that's the big upset for me today, as you all know, because I was hyping a certain team up and they just today didn't hit those marks. But I will say I'm still hyped about Crest, still hyped about Vitae going into like the later stages of the second stage of Japan League. Same thing also with Kenot Trope. Like I want to see them continue to get better and better every single Playday to maybe get the dub that one day, or get more dubs rather, as I got one today.
Yeah, exactly. But that is our second Playday done, which means we're going to have to set things up because there are only a handful of Playdays, 2 every single week. And next week on September the 14th, Saturday morning, 8 a.m. CST for us here. Very early. What time would it be for you, James? I think it is 3 p.m. local time in Japan. How is it for you?
About 4 p.m. in Australian Eastern Standard Time, which I believe is 3 p.m. Japan Standard Time.
Yes, it is. Father's Back takes on Vitae to see if they can recover from their abysmal opening week. Crest versus Scars. I'm actually pretty excited for that one. So yeah, that goes. Kenot Trope versus Enterforce. Again, is it 50-50 or not? And finally, CAG versus Exist. Will CAG be able to bring back that fire that they had on day 2? Would be more of a Day 1 performance against Exist. All of that and more we'll have to discover. Yes, James.
I just want to jump in on that CAG versus Exist game, because we did see these guys play in the quarterfinals of the playoffs last stage, and Exist actually eliminated CAG from playoffs. They had to make a LCQ run, which of course they succeeded in and made it to Manchester. But yeah, a huge opportunity there to get revenge for CAG if you're a CAG fan. But after how good Acerola was today, I wouldn't be surprised if Exist come out swinging.
Nick, any excitement for you on next week's games? Anything that really stands out for you that you'd like to see?
I mean, Vitae are playing Father's Back, so I think I'm gonna go up with them again next week and hopefully get the result that I would like to see. But yeah, Crest Scars, I'm excited about that because I'm not gonna say that Crest can beat Scars just like that, but I do want to see just like on a week-to-week basis kind of how Crest they keep building up and how they keep improving, because I think there is a room for some good stuff there.
All right, our MVP of the day, it's
Acerola.
MVP.
Acerola?
It's Steph Marta.
Hey,
EP.
it's Nina. It would have been close. Nina didn't get any aces though, but Acerola did.
I will say, wait, to be fair, I feel like the Scars game was way less significant for the team victory than Acerola carrying his team on attack. You know what I'm saying? Like
100%.
So I feel like, in my personal opinion, my MVP is actually Acerola because the stakes of matches are simply higher.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of pure EPS, pure stats, Nina did get better stats than Acerola, but he was playing against a much easier team in a much lower stakes match as well. Yeah, Acerola acing Vitae and really carrying on that attack on Nighthaven Labs was really impressive, and probably my match of the day, despite it only being a 9-round game.
Okay.
All right.
Your team won, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, also I was right and you were wrong, which I'm not sure you were aware of, but you were actually wrong and I was actually right.
Yeah, thank you.
And just in case that isn't illustrated, like have a look at this graphic, you'll see where I'm right and you're wrong.
Wait.
Yeah, you're playing a very good game of Tetris here. I see. You're stacking a solid line upstairs.
Pengu, if I'm not mistaken, when there's purple around a team logo, it means that you lost, right?
I mean, that could be right, because why would you light up a block unless it was a bad thing, right? Because think about camouflage. If you blend in with the background, it's a good thing. Look at the unlit boxes. They blend in with the background.
Look, Nick, if you keep losing your predictions, you might blend in with Milosh as well.
Oh!
Brother, I don't think you want to see what would happen if Nick and I were blended together into one person. we'd be an insufferable person in so many ways. I don't know how much hair we'd have left at the end of that.
I think it might balance you guys out, actually. You got plenty of hair, Milos.
Brother,
maybe you could lend Nick some.
My hair is not long for this world, buddy. So we both need a little trip. Anyways, it was a wonderful day, a wonderful weekend. It's good to kind of get it started, even though it's an early wake up, at least for Nick and I, just to get the blood flowing. I think it's a great substitute to Saturday morning cartoons from back in the day as little tykes, and we get to do it now with our favorite game in the whole wide world, which is always good to continue. So, Devmarta, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Nuttery, our producer here in the Japan League and, of course, Korea League. Also, that is it for us today, but there will be more Rainbow Six coming at you live on this channel later on today as Brazil continues with their Playday. So, until then, we'll hope that you guys take care of yourselves and stay safe. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that back. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that back. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Let's go.